Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to our government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Members, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests. Ministerial statements.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise state, given a member statement, a ministerial statement, Mr. Speaker, on a very important issue. Our pipelines, Mr. Speaker, are the safest and most efficient way to export ethical Alberta oil all across the continent. David Suzuki is so out of touch with the real world that he advocates, Mr. Speaker, for eco-terrorism towards Canadian people and industries. This is completely unacceptable and extremely reckless. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, sadly have a long history of collaborating with David Suzuki, and their silence on his outrageous comments made them complicit with calls for eco-terrorism towards Albertans and Canadians. Alberta's oil and gas industry, along with Alberta's government, have developed innovative technologies that actually impact the environment. The destruction of our pipelines is eco-terrorism and must be rebuked by everyone in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is statements like this that caused Alberta's government to bring in Bill 1, the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. We must protect our critical infrastructure and not allow these ridiculous ideological menaces to destroy what Albertans have worked so hard to create. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am fortunate that I have an opportunity now to speak to the despicable remarks of David Suzuki. However, Mr. Speaker, my view is that every member of this House should have that opportunity to speak to this and to consider a motion to condemn David Suzuki's disgusting remarks. And I will, as Government House Leader, later today, move such a motion in this chamber. It's important to note that David Suzuki doesn't just hate pipelines that want to carry the most ethically produced oil for export around the world. The truth is, David Suzuki hates Alberta. David Suzuki has compared Alberta's oil and gas industry to slavery in the past, which is despicable on its own. But now he has said the following to Czech News in Vancouver this past Saturday. Suzuki says, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "There are going to be pipelines blowing up," and goes on to say, "I saw the power of civil disobedience." And then he says, people in Extinction Rebellion are saying we're headed in the direction of extinction and we're rebelling against it. That's why I'm here. Mr. Speaker, talking about extinction, rebellion, and blowing up pipelines and dog whistles like this is inciting environmental terrorism. I will not stand for these kind of remarks or comments in my country or my province, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members of the chamber agree. Alberta's government is working as we speak to take further action to protect our critical infrastructure that keeps Alberta's prosperity strong. Noted economists like Andrew Leach have said that they won't share a stage with David Suzuki due to his gross misrepresentation of the facts and now Suzuki's endorsement of violence to achieve his goals. I hope the same can be said of Alberta's NDP and every member of this chamber. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I've heard reports that over the weekend, Alberta's NDP Provincial Council delegates voted 85% in favor to express its solidarity with protesters illegally blockading the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline. They also called, shamefully, Mr. Speaker, for the project to be halted. It has also been reported, Mr. Speaker, that one member of the opposition stood in solidarity with the NDP Youth Wing on this, and that another member of the opposition spoke in favor of this motion. I think this would be appalling to every other member of the chamber if it is true, and appalling to the hardworking men and women of this province. That's why, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I intend to move a motion later in this House so every member has an opportunity to support the hardworking men and women of this province and to condemn the remarks of David Suzuki and show that they support the rule of law inside our country.
Member statements.
The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for moving that motion later today against David Suzuki. Today I'm pleased to rise in recognition of National Housing Day. Every day on November 22nd we raise awareness about the importance of safe, stable and affordable housing. It's also an opportunity to recognize our outstanding partners who are providing housing for Albertans in need. This includes housing management bodies, civil society groups, and private companies that deliver programs, build homes, and maintain units. This year, National Housing Day comes on the heels of a very important step forward in our work to address the affordable housing needs in Alberta and transform that system. Earlier this month, a colleague of mine, the Minister of Seniors and Housing, announced a Stronger Foundations, Alberta's 10-year strategy to improve and expand affordable housing. Bold, thoughtful, stronger foundation focuses on the partnerships and innovations to ensure a housing system that is flexible, fair, and inclusive. The strategy will enact changes needed to provide safe, stable, and affordable housing to an additional 25,000 households. That will increase the total number of households served by more than 40%, up to 82,000, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to sit on the Minister's Advisory Committee on Housing, along with the housing providers and experts in the field, and proud to see that advice from the committee reflected in this new strategy. As a member of the Assembly whose constituency borders Edmonton, St. Albert, Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Morinville, everybody likes to sit on our borders, Mr. Speaker, also includes rural and a number of small communities. I'm pleased to report the actions to meet the needs of rural areas in our province are prominent in this strategy. No one knows the needs of the community better than the people who reside there. They are invested in that community, in its future, and stronger foundations will give housing providers and communities the power to identify and implement local solutions and local needs. We need to tap into that community of expertise, and we will. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a happy National Housing Day with a bold, new, innovative strategy to improve and expand our affordable housing in our province. Let's all work together to build a stronger foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Today I'd like to tell you a tale of two political parties, a tale of parties with far different visions for Alberta. Two parties with two very different leaders. And no clearer was this contrast than when you look at just what went on at these parties' gatherings this weekend. Wow. As the NDP passed policies calling for a ban on conversion therapy and support for GSAs in schools, the UCP rammed through a policy of so-called conscience rights, an outright attack on abortion access and queer and trans health care. As our party passed a resolution to get funds for victims of crime back in the hands of survivors, those who actually need them, the UCP carried on as if their horrific cuts didn't hurt some of our most vulnerable citizens. As the UCP debated merit pay for teachers, a policy which would disproportionately impact poor and racialized students, the NDP passed anti-racist policies like strengthening hate crimes legislation. As we talked about support for the environment through protecting parks, recognizing Indigenous sovereignty and access to clean drinking water, the UCP argued whether climate change was real and voted down any solutions to address it. These are just some examples. Quite frankly, I don't have enough time to tell you more. But I can also tell you this. In our speech, as our leader talked about building a better Alberta for all, about how we can truly have a province that uplifts everyone and leaves no one behind, the leader of the UCP was left looking behind him, wondering which of his caucus members might be next to launch a revolt. And you can tell a lot about one's leadership style by how they articulate their vision. While our leader talked about Albertans and amplified their voices, the leader of the UCP talked about, you guessed it, the NDP. I talked to a lot of Albertans. They want a government with foresight. They want to hear how we'll do things differently. They want an economy that creates jobs, but not at the cost of the environment. They want a leader who puts people first. They want hope. They want compassion. They want critical thinking. And I can promise you, we'll get all those things with the NDP. But don't wait for that to happen. Join us. A better province is possible, and it's closer.
The honourable member for Brooks, Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe. Tragically, most of the roads and railways that are cut off from the rest of Canada due to detrimental flooding and horrible mudslides. My thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected, and I'm grateful to those who have volunteered to keep fellow Canadians safe. Currently, BC is cut off from the rest of Canada. Places like Vancouver are rationing gas and other fuel to make sure that emergency services and restoration can continue. Right now, pipelines are the only way to make sure that these much-needed resources continue to flow as ports are closed and infrastructure is destroyed. But this doesn't seem to matter to radical environmentalist terrorists like David Suzuki. On Saturday, he told a group of Extinction Rebellion protesters that pipelines should be, quote, blown up if action isn't taken. To him, that might be a warning, but for me and the constituents of Brooks Medicine Hat who work in the energy sector, that is a threat, Mr. Speaker. I know the opposition doesn't seem to care, as the NDP passed a resolution this weekend to stand in solidarity with the illegal blockades of the Coastal GasLink pipeline. Yes, you're right, Mr. Speaker. That's the pipeline that's supported by over 20 First Nations and provided them with intergenerational wealth. The actions of these protesters are criminal, and it's time that we started treating them that way. There is no universe in which Alberta political parties should be endorsing the explosion of critical infrastructure in another province. This violence threatens lives and puts livelihoods in jeopardy, Mr. Speaker, and the blockading of railways doesn't just slow down commutes. They are quite literally a matter of life and death, as just last night, these extremists blocked ambulances accessing the hospital in Saanich, BC. That isn't hyperbole, Mr. Speaker. That is the cold, hard facts. Elected officials have a duty to call out extremism and threats of violence when they rear their ugly heads. The United Conservatives have pledged to stand up to environmental terrorists. Instead of inviting them to our classrooms, maybe it's time those across the aisle did the same. So I'm calling on the NDP caucus to stand up today and denounce the extremist factions of their membership. I'll wait with bated breath, but I have a feeling I'll be disappointed.
The honourable member for Calgary, Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's municipal leaders want to partner in their provincial government. And what they've gotten is anything but from this government. This UCP government have cut municipal funding, torn up big city charters despite promising not to, and paid for their failed economic policies by downloading costs onto local leaders who are then left with no choice but to raise taxes. They claim to have helped with rural crime, but let's be clear. The funding for additional police is coming from the budgets of cities, towns, and villages, not from the province. And speaking of police, there were audible groans last Friday at the Alberta Municipalities Convention when this Premier tried to sell his horrible idea to create an Alberta provincial police force to local leaders, who both haven't asked for such a thing and aren't sold it will do a thing to help them with justice issues in their community. This government is no partner to municipalities, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's NDP does view them with respect and will treat them as partners. I so enjoyed speaking with countless mayors and councillors last week about the commitment from our leader to a new fiscal relationship. We call it being partners in prosperity, and it will be a law-time provincial revenues to municipal revenues. As our leader put it, Alberta succeeds when we all succeed. I can't wait to put more ideas forward to support municipalities, to support Alberta families, and to protect public health care and public education, and to create new jobs and truly diversify our economy. That's a necessity, not a luxury, Mr. Speaker. Put simply, come 2023, I can't wait to build an Alberta's future with each and every person living in this province. Thank you, sir.
The The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this provincial government took the administration, it recognized the problems that Alberta is facing. The economic support and jobs for Albertans were needed more than ever. That's why an all-encompassing strategy was put forward, including the repeal of provincial carbon tax, common sense labour changes, continuous removal of needless red tape, strengthening and modernizing democracy, economic diversification, and job creation. Tax cut was made, reducing the corporate tax to 8%. These policies are a vital part of the plan to reignite the economy, support job creators, and get Albertans working again. It is focused on shaping Alberta as a prime location for investment, relocation, and expansion. The COVID-19 pandemic and the plunge of oil prices have put more challenges to our provincial government. Mr. Speaker, we know that the progress will not happen overnight, but I know that the provincial government is working day and night for Albertans to prosper and provide more support to Albertans. Recently, I'm glad to see numerous investment coming to Alberta, proving that this policies and the Alberta Recovery Plan is working. In the tech sector, Amazon Web Services has launched that they will be built their second Canadian hub in the Calgary region. It will create 1,000 jobs and a total of $4.3 billion venture. Emphasis will build its Canadian headquarters in Calgary, creating 1,000 jobs. Infosys has committed to create 500 jobs. mCloud about 200 jobs, and innovation hubs from RBC will create 300 jobs. Rogers Shaw with 500 jobs. The other major investments include the expansion of Dow's petrochemical plant amounting to about $10 billion and the Northern Petrochemical Corporation investment of $2.5 billion. A recent Conference Board of Canada's provincial outlook shows that Alberta will lead the charge on economic growth in 2022. I look forward to seeing more investment in the near future and seeing Alberta to be again the economic engine of this wonderful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Premier refuses to back down on the draft K-6 curriculum, no matter what teachers, educational experts, and parents say. Of the more than 6,000 teachers and school leaders who participated in evaluating the curriculum, 95% indicated they believe the draft curriculum fails the Alberta students in every grade, jeopardizing their future. And for what? So the Premier can get the elementary students to memorize his ideologies rather than giving them the tools to learn and grow. Mr. Speaker, I know that the government continues to proclaim how they want our students to be able to compete globally, so I cannot help but wonder, why is the material so outdated and contrary to the current research? I know it might be hard for the government to understand this, given that they much rather ignore the contributions of the people of color to this province and blame the South Asian communities for COVID spread. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain it to them. This curriculum is nothing more than a disturbing attempt to reverse many, if not all, of the important steps taken to decolonize education. As educators, Indigenous communities have repeatedly pointed out, it is a Eurocentric, it is paternalistic, and it is a very outdated way of understanding an increasingly complex and diverse Alberta. This curriculum change does not seem to be about Alberta's children at all. And if this government cares about its students, they will do what's right. They will go back to the drawing board and actually take the advice given by parents, Indigenous leaders, and most importantly, teachers. This is not about them, and it's not about whatever ideologies they are trying to push. This is about our children's future. Thank you.
Honourable members, I might just note that pursuant to the procedural memo that I sent out previous to session on page 9, it makes note that the use of laptops during the daily routine is not acceptable, with the exception as a reading device. It is 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, after 72 hours of fake political theatre and pay-to-play applause, The Premier needs to come back to reality. There are more than 15,000 Albertans waiting for their cancelled surgeries. Every day this number goes up. That's more and more Albertans waiting in pain. The consequences of this Premier and his entire government's inaction this summer are serious, and they're continuing to grow. This damage to our health care is historical and unprecedented. To the Premier, when will these surgeries be rescheduled? Where is the plan?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, surgeries are being rescheduled, and I want to thank everyone at AHS and Covenant Health for helping to begin catching up on the COVID surgical backlog, in addition to which the government is proceeding with our commitment for the Alberta Surgical Initiative with an additional $900 million baseline investment in this year's budget to increase massively the number of surgeries that are performed in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, and I know that the Honourable Minister of Health will be able to provide an update soon about the state of the surgical backlog from COVID.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been waiting a while for that update. Now, I've received, meanwhile, countless letters from Albertans in heartbreaking circumstances. Bob farms in northern Alberta. His hernia is so bad right now, he can't run his operation. His surgery was cancelled. Cheryl's gynecological surgery has been postponed indefinitely, and she is in incredible pain. Jesse's dad was diagnosed with kidney cancer. His surgery was cancelled, and now they worry it will spread. These Albertans deserve action now. They were promised a plan. They have not gotten the plan. Where is the Premier's plan for fixing his mistakes?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the member in the House that 100% of required cancer surgeries are now being performed within the clinically necessary period of time, and that overall surgical capacity is at 76%. As COVID numbers have continued to come down, we'll see that move to 100% over the next 2 to 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker, allowing us then to proceed with catching up on non-cancer related surgeries in the system.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister gave us that information 2 weeks ago, and it is not answering the questions we have today. This fourth wave was both the most preventable and also the most damaging to our healthcare system. Almost a month ago, the Minister stood in this House and promised to not only report daily on the changing backlog numbers, but to present a plan to fix it. Yeah. Today, we have no plan. We hear the numbers going up. To the Premier, Albertans need you to be upfront. How many surgeries have been cancelled? What is the latest number? And where and when will we get the plan? Yeah.
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know they pre-script their questions over there. They don't bother trying to listen to the answers. I gave the answer to those questions, that 100% of cancer surgeries are on schedule within the clinical guidelines, and 76%, we're at 76% of surgical capacity. We anticipate, based on the decline in new COVID numbers, to be able to move to 100% of surgical capacity within the next 2 or 3 weeks, and then, of course, catch up on the COVID-related backlog, while in 2022, moving forward with the expansion of the Alberta Surgical Initiative, supported by a $900 million incremental investment.
The Leader of the Opposition for second set of questions.
Again, that is not the kind of information we were looking for. We were looking for a real plan. Now, meanwhile, Albertans do not trust these folks, exactly because of answers like that. In Lethbridge, a city of 100,000 people, not a single family doctor is taking new patients, none. 30,000 Albertans with serious conditions are left thumbing through the yellow pages, or worse, waiting for their conditions to get so bad they end up in the ER. The stress and anxiety this places on families is extraordinary. To the Premier, on this front, what exact action are you taking today to fix the problem? And again, could you be specific?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there are in fact more doctors practicing in Alberta today than at any time in our history. There are more rural doctors practicing now than at any time in our history. There are more nurses working now than was the case under the NDP. We have added $80 million to the health budget to support rural physician retention and recruitment. Mr. Speaker, that's for about 700 rural physicians. That averages over $100,000 per physician. Of course, every province has a challenge, but Mr. Speaker, this government is seeing significant progress, unlike the previous government, which neglected this issue.
Here. The Leader of the Opposition.
I'd love to see the Premier Premier tell that to the 30,000 people in Lethbridge who just lost their doctor? Now, William Pellick lost his doctor this summer. When he got sick, he had no choice but to wait for an opening for the walk-in clinic. Once he got there, the doctor said, quote, I had pneumonia for several weeks. Melissa Lauren and her family lost their doctor 18 months ago. They've had to go to the ER 20 times. The Premier claims he tore up Alberta's contract with doctors to save money. To the Premier, is this what saving money looks like? No doctor for 30,000 people in the city of Lethbridge?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, once again, there are more physicians working in Alberta now than at any time in our history. The health budget is higher than at any time in our history. There are more nurses working in our system now than at any time in our history. Mr. Speaker, from time to time, there are local service challenges that we expect AHS to address. That's what we give them $22 billion to do, Mr. Speaker. But with respect to rural physicians, an additional $80 million for retention and recruitment, because, Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, we take that issue very seriously.
The Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's this kind of gaslighting of people's real problems which explains why this is the most unpopular Premier in the country. Now, back in September, our party asked the Premier for an action plan for physician attraction to be rolled out in 30 days. But instead of acting, his health minister dumped the responsibility back onto communities, saying recruitment depends on local partnerships. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a big ask. Will the Premier direct his minister to develop and release an action plan, another one, on a self-generated crisis for the people of Lethbridge? They have a problem. They'd like you to acknowledge it.
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I am having some difficulty hearing the question. I will just reiterate that Alberta has the largest number of doctors working within our system of any time in our history. The healthcare budget under the NDP, Mr. Speaker, was $19 billion. It is now $22 billion. $3 billion added in COVID response, $900 million added through the surgical initiative, Mr. Speaker. And that is for the province that spends more than any other, save one, per capita on healthcare in a country that spends more than any other in the OECD in a universally insured system, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make those historic investments.
A point of order was noted at 1:55. The Leader of the Opposition.
Friday, pediatric vaccines were approved, and yesterday they arrived. Meanwhile, just before that approval, I asked the Premier about our pediatric vaccine plan, and his answer was worrisome. He appeared to suggest that there hadn't been enough time dedicated to vaccine approval, while the risk to children from COVID was low. Public education and the Premier's statements are critical for encouraging uptake. To the Premier, does he believe this vaccine is safe and effective for children, and does he encourage parents to get their children immunized? Yes or no?
The Honourable the Premier.
Yes and yes.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that's good. So now the question is, here's what we've known for months. 1, pediatric vaccines are coming. 2, unvaccinated children aged 5 to 11 drive community transmission. 3, the greatest number of new cases are among unvaccinated children. And 4, getting them vaccinated will help reduce cases and increase immunity throughout the whole population. Mr. Speaker, now these vaccines are here, yet we still don't have a rollout plan from this government. Why is this government dragging its feet?
The Honourable the Premier.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we did in fact go to in-school clinics for children aged 12 to 18 and found very, very little take-up. There was only a few thousand doses administered across the province. There were far more that were cancelled, Mr. Speaker. There were significant administrative challenges in getting consent forms signed. We believe that the advice of health officials is the much more efficient way of doing this is through rapid flow-through clinics operated by AHS. There will be extended hours on the weekend to maximize convenience for parents, who we encourage to look carefully at the safety and efficacy of these pediatric vaccines.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that just sounds like a lot of excuses. The fact is, in the past, schools have been widely considered to be the best way to both immunize our young population and to reach parents. Yet this government is making excuses for not relying on schools. Yeah, it's a little hard. Yes, it's administratively challenging. That's why you should have started on it last summer. Instead, you sat on your hands and you didn't move forward. Why won't you now make sure that we get vaccinations vaccinations offered in schools and do everything you can to get all of our young people vaccinated. Yeah.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Hinshaw and the Minister of Health will provide more details on Alberta's ambitious program to make available conveniently the pediatric vaccines to those parents who wish to offer it to their children. Mr. Speaker, once again, we did create a vaccine rollout program within the schools with minuscule take-up. From memory, I think there was only a few thousand, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 parents across the province who used that, Mr. Speaker, and so we instead want to focus on speed and convenience. It's really is unfortunate, though, as ever, that the NDP is trying to use vaccines as a divisive political wedge, Mr. Speaker.
The order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South has the call.
There were many serious concerns raised about the government of Alberta using its considerable resources to corral votes and support behind the least trusted premier in the country prior to the UCP annual general meeting. None were more concerning than reports of a letter that surfaced from an unknown executive who said he hoped to turn support at the AGM into political favours from the provincial government. For the record, does the Premier or anyone on his staff know about the letter that was written, who wrote it, and have they turned that information, clear evidence of political bribery, over to the RCMP?
A point of order is noted at 2 o'clock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member opposite paid attention to the 1,600 grassroots Conservatives from across the province who came together with enthusiasm to celebrate the enormous progress of this government, having achieved 83% delivery on our platform commitments. In the meantime, the NDP was meeting, Mr. Speaker, to pass a motion supporting illegal roadblocks to stop pipelines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mask has fallen and the loony left has taken over the NDP yet again.
The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
We're concerned about corruption and bribery in the Premier's office. When the Premier's office is up for sale to the highest bidder, it serves no one except the wealthy friends of this government. It is a matter of public policy when people can curry favour by using their wealth and considerable resources to direct votes at what is supposed to be a democratic AGM. We shouldn't have to raise these matters in the House, but this government has clearly blurred the line between those and their public policy duties to every Albertan. Can the Premier confirm for this House what political favours or government policy commitments were made to delegates or stakeholder groups in exchange for their votes at the AGM?
The Honourable point of order is noted at 2:02. The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was exciting to have near record turnout of United Conservatives from across the province to celebrate the progress that this government is making, leading Canada in economic growth and recovery and job creation. In the meantime, the NDP met to pass a resolution, Mr. Speaker, endorsing an illegal road blockade of a pipeline that is supported by every one of 20 elected First Nation governments in northern British Columbia. Shame on the NDP for opposing the economic rights of Indigenous people to move their people from poverty to prosperity.
The Honourable Member.
The Premier can duck and dodge questions about corruption in his office, but I won't be signed to this House, not when our democracy appears to be for sale. This Premier ran on a grassroots guarantee. He said that members of the UCP would dictate policy. But now we find that not only is that not happening, but there are very serious allegations that the only people directing policy are those who whipped votes this weekend. Premier, for the record, stand in this House and tell members of your own party who weren't part of your voting bloc why their voices don't matter.
I think the Honourable Member from Edmonton South made a concerted effort in his first two questions to find a thread of government policy in the first two questions, but I find it very difficult to find a thread of any government policy in that third question. The Premier is more than welcome to respond should he choose to do so, but I think we can see what happens when both sides of the House particularly speak about primarily party activities on both sides that decorum usually suffers. The Honourable Premier, should he choose to respond.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. We understand why the NDP is agitated. Seeing 1,600 excited, positive, future-focused, grassroots Conservatives come together is the last thing they want to see. But, Mr. Speaker, the other thing Albertans don't want to see is a return to office of an anti-pipeline socialist government that today, just today, has burnished its anti-pipeline credentials. Just like they asked Justin Trudeau to kill Northern Gateway, just like they killed KXL, they now want to kill Coastal GasLink and the entire LNG Canada project, which is a lifeline for Alberta workers in the natural gas industry. Shame on them.
Case in point, the honourable member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it needs saying, but I want to put it on the record. On this side of the House, we support our energy industry, and we support the right of Indigenous people to be meaningful partners in the industry. On the other hand, the evidence clearly shows that the NDP holds the opposite position. Just this week, Alberta NDP delegates overwhelmingly voted to oppose the Coastal GasLink pipeline and the economic prosperity it is bringing to BC First Nations. To the Premier, can you remind the House of the economic benefits that projects like this brings to Indigenous people?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the rate of employment for Indigenous people in the oil and gas industry is 7% versus a 3% rate of employment across the total Canadian economy, meaning an Indigenous Canadian is twice as likely to be employed in oil and gas, and in Alberta and BC, significantly more than that, with average incomes in the pipeline industry of $144,000 a year. And that's why Coastal GasLink is supported by all 20 elected Indigenous councils in northern British Columbia. So why is the NDP siding with the foreign-funded activists and the non-Indigenous radical left trying to shut down that project and put Indigenous people out of work?
The honourable member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Mr. Speaker, given that the NDP claim that their anti-pipeline motion is in support of Indigenous people, but given that this project has wide support from Indigenous people and communities all along its route, to the Premier, can you inform the House about the widespread Democratic consensus on Indigenous people supporting this project that the NDP so anti-democratically oppose?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are the proposed Coastal GasLink project, the approved project, will pass through the traditional territories of 20 northern BC First Nations. The elected band councils of all 20 have unanimously and unequivocally endorsed the project. Hundreds of the people working on it are their Indigenous band members. All 5 of the clans within the Wet'suwet'en territory, their elected councils support this. As Chris Sankey of the Laxwelums band says, the majority of the protesters are non-Indigenous, foreign-funded, and use GoFundMe accounts to raise millions. Why is the NDP standing with them?
The honourable member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Mr. Speaker, given that in declaring their opposition to this important project, the NDP are signaling their support for radical activists that are illegally blockading the pipeline, and given that many of these protesters are outsiders, and many of them non-Indigenous, and given that this illegal blockade is hurting the Indigenous people it employs, to the Premier, can you make it clear for NDP members the unlawful nature of the anti-democratic, anti-prosperity activism that they are supporting?
I feel like the same caution may be able to be made to the honourable member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain about threading a single little piece of government policy into that question. But as I did previously, if the Premier would like to respond, he's more than welcome to do so.
Mr. Speaker, I think I know why the honourable member feels so strongly about this. He's a former union tradesman. He knows so many people who have been able to put food on the table for their families, including Indigenous people, because of projects like this. He's absolutely right. This isn't some kind of a paper tiger or some kind of a normal legal protest. What the NDP has just formally endorsed is a law-breaking protest to try to throw the RCMP away from enforcing legal court orders. Mr. Speaker, why is the NDP endorsing law-breaking to kill Indigenous jobs? Shame on them.
The order, the honourable member for Edmonton McClung.
Mr. Speaker, we're facing a crisis in rural Alberta. When Greyhound pulled up, Cold Chop stepped up to the plate to provide essential bus service across northern Alberta. A made in Alberta success story. They were finally making a profit until the pandemic hit. But they kept going, running their fleet at half capacity, because if you don't have access to a car, it's the only way for people to get to medical appointments. Cold Shot cares about Albertans. To the Minister of Transportation, Cold Shot is close to going broke. Why won't this government step up, help them out, and save rural bucks assets across rural Alberta for those most in need?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation is rising.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant economic impact on businesses in Alberta and around the world. And I do sympathize with the thousands of Albertan businesses that are hanging on by a thread. And some of them have had to close their doors. But the good news is that things are turning around. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be pleased to meet with Cold Shot to discuss the provincial supports that may be available to them, in addition to the 2 grants that they have already received from the Government of Alberta.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Sympathy doesn't keep buses on the road, Mr. Speaker. Now, given that buses are a lifeline for seniors and those with lower income, and given that rural busing is a crucial piece of the rural economy as an essential small freight carrier as well, and given that no one can run a business at a loss indefinitely, which is why the BC government stepped up to provide Cold Shot with funding for their Dawson Creek and Fort St. John route to Grand Prairie, to the Minister, can this government explain why the BC government is stepping up to support Alberta-based carriers while this government is leaving them out in the cold? Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government has provided billions of dollars in supports to Alberta's job creators since the start of the pandemic. Along with receiving SMERG money, I am pleased to hear that Cold Shot was able to take advantage of federal government programs estimated at $1.3 million. Alberta's government also directed companies to various federal and provincial supports, including deferring the collection of corporate tax and education property tax for businesses, and many more.
Member.
Given that rural bus carriers like Cold Shot provide an essential service across rural Alberta, and given that the BC government stepped up to help them survive this grueling pandemic, despite Cold Shot being an Alberta-based company, and given that the federal government and Western Economic Development also stepped up because they know how critical it is to keep our transportation networks open and our supply chain working, to the Minister of Transportation, if Alberta-based Cold Shot is worthy of support from the Government of BC and the Government of Canada, what will it possibly take for their own government to show them some respect and help them out before they go bankrupt?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that different jurisdictions have different priorities. Certainly what's happening in BC right now underscores that their priorities are very, very different from what's happening here in Alberta. I do want to thank all Albertans for rising to the occasion, and I am also happy to speak with Cold Shot to discuss the situation that they're in and point them in the right direction to make sure that they have more access to available supports.
The order, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Today is National Housing Day, which serves as a reminder to all of us in this chamber of our duty to ensure every Albertan has a safe and affordable place to call home. While the UCP has been developing plans to sell affordable housing, homelessness in Edmonton has doubled. Poverty has increased drastically across the province under the UCP. If the minister is still confident in her plan, will she bring her vision on housing directly to the voters and delay proclamation on this bill until after the next provincial election?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speakers. And yes, it's a Happy National Housing Day. It's an important day. It's an important day for our government to make sure that we provide enough affordable housing to the people that are on the wait list, on the 24,000 people on the wait list, which is that the NDP failed to do that. Mr. Speakers, we will continue to work on our Bill 78, which is a great plan, that a very comprehensive plan to build more housing, $25 additions housing for Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that I wrote to the minister today with issues I have heard directly from Albertans seeking affordable housing, municipal leaders and housing providers, outlining what changes the minister should make to Bill 78. And given that the minister has told Albertans not to worry because any profits from the sale of housing would be invested for affordable housing, yet the legislation is silent on this, for the sake of honesty and accountability, will the minister commit today on National Housing Day to putting a legislative requirement in the bill that the profits gained from selling housing must be used for affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand that what the member, the opposite, don't see it, that all the commitment is showing on here on this stronger foundation in section 5.2. And the 5.2 indicate that all the proceeds that we sell, the small portion that unused property, all the proceeds we invest the affordable housing. So why would we done that? So we promise we are going to continue our Bill 728 and benefit to Albertans.
I'm not entirely sure what the minister was holding up, but if it's not a prop, it ought to be tabled. The Honourable Minister.
Given the last week at Public Accounts, the Minister's Department could not answer questions about how the demand for affordable housing has increased because of people losing income support funding, including thousands who have lost the additional shelter benefit. And given that the UCP's initial cuts to affordable housing and the decision to de-index AISH and other supports has made it harder for vulnerable Albertans to remain in their homes, does the Seniors and Housing Minister know the impact of her government's decisions? Why does she think that a floor mat in a shelter is better than an affordable housing unit?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member oppositions are all stuck in their all-day ideological ways. The member oppositions had her opportunity to improve the affordable housing sector. In the 4 years in government, they did nothing. The waitlist increased by 65% when they did in 4 years. They failed Albertans. This government, we have the very comprehensive affordable housing strategy will work for the all Albertans, and the meaningful impact for the housing rate is increased by 65%.
The Honourable Member for Central, Peace Notley.
This government is facing very serious criminal allegations about using the weight of the Premier's office to coerce businesses seeking a favourable relationship with the government into attending the UCP AGM. The leaked email alleges that instead of focusing on government business, senior staff in a Premier's office encouraged businesses to bolster AGM attendance in exchange for, quote, meaningful dialogues with Cabinet. To the Minister of Justice, will you commit to Albertans that these allegations will be investigated without interference?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no idea or detail of what the member it is talking about. But, Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House that as Justice Minister, I am absolutely committed to making sure that all Albertans live within the ambit of our laws, and I can also assure that that where criminalities are found, that law enforcement is well equipped to deal with matters of that particular nature.
The order. The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley is the only one with the call.
Given this government doesn't seem to understand the divide between the appropriate use of taxpayer-funded government resources and the use of government resources to gain a political advantage, and given that just this last Thursday, the Minister of Justice used this questionably necessary tour of a Northern Alberta college and an official meeting with the Lac-La-Biche Council to campaign with a UCP nomination candidate, and given that Albertans are now depending on a Minister of Justice to allow an uninhibited investigation into the activities of this government, to the Minister of Justice, how can Albertans trust you to understand the difference between government and party business?
They can't be trusted. The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I can assure this House that when I go out there to help Conservative candidates across our province, that it is done on my own personal time. I do have to be transparent, Mr. Speaker. I do have a friend who is seeking the nomination of my party. And I went out there on my time to help that particular candidate. And I think that is the right thing to do on my personal time.
The honourable member for Central Peace Notley.
Given that in August 2017, as a UCP leadership candidate, the Premier announced his government would conduct government business by following his grassroots guarantee, and given that the Premier said we must develop policy in the same way that we created the United Party democratically with the grassroots members in charge, and given that last week the Chief Electoral Officer received 2 complaints concerning PAC money being used to bring in 2-minute Tories to save the Premier's job, to the Premier, did you and your enablers break Alberta's election law by profiting off the UCP AGM when you knew full well PAC money was being used to sponsor attendance?
The Honourable, the Minister of Justice, Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, as Justice Minister, I will caution all of us on both sides of the aisle, to ensure that we don't make, bold allegations that has no substantive basis. I have not come across either my party to any violation of our electoral laws, including that of Election Contributions and Finances, Disclosure Act. So again, a caution to all of us, not embark on, bold accusations without justifiable basis.
The honourable member for Edmonton South has a question.
Over the past few weeks, I've been consulting with Albertans on this government's infrastructure agenda, and municipalities are concerned. This government has tabled a bill and is legislating the criteria to evaluate and prioritize infrastructure projects. But this government isn't listening to Albertans. They consulted and they heard loud and clear that the consideration of regional and municipal plans must be a criteria when the government prioritizes projects. But that's not in the legislation. To the Ministry of Infrastructure, why would this government consult, publish the findings, and then completely ignore the results? It's a slap in the face to municipalities.
The Honourable, the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, what is slap in the face of municipalities is to blowing up the pipelines, which will fund the projects like the municipalities are asking. So I'm going to ask them, why do you want to stand with people who want to blow up pipelines which generate revenue to pay for infrastructure projects across the province?
Order. My apologies to the House. I did fail to note that the Deputy Government House Leader raised a point of order at 2:19. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South for supplemental.
Given that it seems the minister is not interested in listening to Albertans, and given that all Albertans and the government in particular should be committed to Indigenous reconciliation, and given that this government is legislating the exclusive criteria that it will use to evaluate infrastructure projects, meaning that if it's not a legislative criteria, it can't be considered. And given that infrastructure is key to reconciliation, as we saw with the previous government's successful initiative to bring water to reserves, to the Minister of Indigenous Relations, is this government really okay with legally excluding Indigenous reconciliation as a criteria? How does that advance reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to reconciliation, that's what this province is all about. There's a lot of photo ops going on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, but a lot of action over here, Mr. Speaker. We've got water projects going on right now in a couple of communities. We're working on them and moving forward with helping our Indigenous people get fresh water to their communities. So I'm not sure what they're really talking about there. Just a lot of photo ops, and I don't really see a lot of action.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Given that that minister clearly doesn't understand the importance of infrastructure and reconciliation, and given that both this government and the previous one averaged over $7 billion in infrastructure spending annually, and given that this government is proposing to create a 20-year strategic infrastructure plan worth over $140 billion that'll take us into the 2040s, and given that this government is legislating, again, the exclusive criteria that it will use to evaluate infrastructure projects, meaning if it's not on the list, it can't be considered, and given that we all must take climate change seriously, to the Environment Minister, why is the government legally excluding emissions reductions as even one of those factors?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of Alberta's record when it comes to protecting the environment, Mr. Speaker. We have a world-class industry inside this province who works tirelessly for decades. In fact, Mr. Speaker, has done significantly more than any other jurisdiction in the world, Mr. Speaker, and it was the first one to do it, Mr. Speaker. And what do you get with the official opposition? They just want to support people that want to blow up the infrastructure that the energy industry has put inside this province, Mr. Speaker. They can't run and hide from what their party has done. Is that member going to finally stand up in this chamber and condemn calls for violence when it comes to pipelines in our province?
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the opportunity to travel and meet with Indigenous communities in Wood Buffalo to hear their concerns. It's clear that this government has failed to listen to these communities and address the issues they have raised. These communities are looking for the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation to change so that it can fund business feasibility studies to grow local economies. Will the Minister of Indigenous Relations make this change and allow for the funding of business feasibility studies? Or does he think the Premier should have more of a say on their local economy than they do?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about reconciliation, the Indigenous Opportunities Corporation is a prime example of that, Mr. Speaker. Some of the projects that we've rolled out, Mr. Speaker, a $1.5 billion energy production plant in Edson, Mr. Speaker. 1,500 jobs. They're looking for 1,500 people out there to work right now, good paying jobs. That's one example. And you know who is working out there right now, Mr. Speaker? I was out there this summer, boots on the ground, over 300 Indigenous people working out there, Mr. Speaker. One young girl came up to me, she was so proud, she was training to be an electrician, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Given that this government likes to talk a big game about how they support democracy, even though they failed to provide on-reserve polling locations for the municipal Senate and referendum voting only last month, and given that being able to vote in the communities that you live in is a basic right that should be afforded by all Albertans, and given that there will be a by-election in Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche, can the Minister of Indigenous Relations assure that the First Nations communities that they will be able to vote on reserve in that by-election, or do they need to set up a Premier-friendly PAC before this government cares about their votes?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is unfortunately not well informed. During the municipal election, those First Nations that welcomed having a polling station had an opportunity to do so. When that was not the case, the neighbouring municipality, we looked for one to provide that, and when we couldn't get that done, every single Indigenous person was offered an opportunity for a mail-in ballot. We offered an opportunity for every single Indigenous person to vote in the past, and we will do so in the future because we care about what Indigenous people think.
The honourable member.
Given that the Fort McMurray Métis and Fort McMurray First Nations are looking to expand training, skills development, and other things, and have been looking for the provincial government to assist with funding and capital partnerships, and given that instead this government has failed to adequately fund and even has slashed successful skills training programs and abandoned Indigenous communities, these communities don't see this minister as a real partner. Will he commit to joining me on my next trip up to Wood Buffalo so that he can explain why his government refuses to take real action and make real investments to partner with them?
Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Speaker, none of that is true. We have many different programs that are specifically targeted for our Indigenous communities, as well as the general programming as well. We'll continue to have that programming, make sure it's available to our Indigenous people so they can continue to get the skills training, upskilling, reskilling, to be able to have the employment opportunities that they deserve so they can be included and part of building infrastructure in this province rather than blowing it up.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we are on this strong path to recovery, our economy is growing and jobs are being created. I've noticed an increase in tourism, particularly in our provincial parks. Lesser Slave Lake Provincial Park is a piece of God's country. However, surrounding communities agree that it's hard to increase tourism due to its underdeveloped state. To the Minister of Environment and Parks, are there plans to further develop this beautiful provincial park?
The Honourable the Minister of Environment and
Well,
Parks.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for advocating for his constituents in that important provincial park inside his riding so well. I was happy just a few months ago to visit with the Honourable the Minister of Finance with the town of Slave Lake, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things we talked about was the provincial park, Mr. Speaker, and moving forward with a partnership program. Despite the fact that the NDP speak against every partnership inside the province, we heard Slave Lake loud and clear, Mr. Speaker, and we are excited to partner with them on managing the infrastructure at Slave Lake Provincial Park. I just met with them the other day at AUMA, and I'm excited to report to the member and to this chamber that the agreement to do that is well on its way to being completed.
The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Thank you. Given that the great number of Indigenous communities in Lesser Slave Lake would benefit from increased tourism, and given that these communities are experiencing an increase in jobs and investment, this growth will breathe more life and tourism opportunities for the Indigenous communities as well. To the Minister of Indigenous Relations, what kind of supports are in place to help these Indigenous communities increase opportunities and promote tourism as demand grows?
The Honourable the Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. There is, when you talk about opportunities, I think this is one of our greatest opportunities for tourism is with the Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, there's been studies showing that 1 in 4 people coming to Alberta want to have an Indigenous experience as part of their stay here. So there's so many great things they can see already. We've got from the Métis Crossing to the Blackfoot Crossing, Head Smashed and Buffalo Jump, and we want to expand that so that other areas can benefit as well. And the Slave Lake area is a prime opportunity with the pristine country and the lakes up there. There's so many opportunities to expand our tourism, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the Indigenous Tourism Association this week and speaking there.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the potential for tourism around Alberta's ocean, Lesser Slave Lake, is as vast as its waters, it's sad to see our park in this underdeveloped state missing out on opportunities to be had. And given that the town of Slave Lake has allocated its own resources to the park to better develop it to attract more tourism to our area, to the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation, how can the ministry work with the surrounding communities to help improve tourism in our region?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, nothing sparks more debate in this House when we talk about God's country, and there's a little bit of slice of God's country out there in Slave Lake, Mr. Speaker. One thing I want to also note is with Travel Alberta, Mr. Speaker, we put an additional $20 million into that Crown Corporation to heighten the experience of people that come to this province. We're investing in shovel-ready projects as well to heighten the tourism experience across Alberta. We'd love to partner with Slave Lake area, Mr. Speaker, and put them into contact with Travel Alberta for those new initiatives.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood is next.
Last year, the Council of Alberta University Students' Cause released recommendations for preventing sexual violence and supporting sexual violence survivors on post-secondary campuses across our province. The report found that sexual violence is increasingly prevalent on campus, and it offered concrete policy and funding asks of this government. Since then, CAUSE and the Alberta Students' Executive Council and countless other students have spoken out about the need to address sexual violence on campus. However, they've seen no action on this file from the Minister of Advanced Education. Will he now finally commit to adopting the recommendations? When can students expect to see meaningful change?
Great question.
The Honourable the Minister, the Associate Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question. Actually, the CAUSE students working on gender-based violence, actually, they and I met this past recent week. The Minister of Advanced Education and I met this past week. I've met with ASEC as well. This is an important issue, and we will have announcements coming very shortly. This is a strategy that is being actively worked on, and I will not stop until it's done.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that one of the main asks is funding for training and prevention of sexual violence, yet this government has not included any funding. And in fact, they've cut the advanced education budget by over 22% and cut thousands of jobs in post-secondary. And given that students at the U of A are urging their institution to address sexual violence and better support survivors, issues which could be addressed by leadership from the province. And this government has stated on the record they will do more to address sexual violence. To the Minister of Advanced Education, how can students believe that you will meaningfully address sexual violence when all they've received are funding cuts and broken promises?
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, as I said actually with the students that I met with in the past week and also with the Minister, one of the most important things to address sexual violence on campuses is to be able to address the culture. The culture that leads to a conversation that's going on today that was exactly the same that went on when I was in university. That's going to change. We are working on meaningful strategy, and it will come with good programs that will actually change the channel on this.
The honourable member.
Given that, again, countless student representatives have met with this Minister of Advanced Education and have been clear in their asks. They're asking for funding. Given that students deserve to be safe in their studies, yet this government has done nothing to act on making campuses for all. This province has an opportunity to show that they're a leader, not just in actions, but in words. So again, back to the Minister of Advanced Education. Students are listening. They want to know from you today, will you commit to meaningful action on addressing sexual violence on campus?
The Honourable Associate Minister, Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, sexual violence on campus is a serious issue. We take it seriously. We're working on a plan in conjunction with students. Students will play an incredibly important part of building this strategy. It will be a meaningful strategy that will actually change the channel on the culture that leads to sexual violence on campuses.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year's drought has caused one of the hardest seasons Alberta farmers have ever faced. The UCP failed to prepare, and when they did act, it was a little too late. Many farmers have not received their claims yet and are questioning if they can remain in agriculture. The previous minister said that he believed all claims could be settled by the end of November. To the current minister, will this deadline be met, and what is being done to ensure Albertans are not being forced to leave farming?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the honourable member, for the question. And she's not wrong. It's been a heck of a year for Alberta's farmers and ranchers, and they are relying on the programs available to them through AFSC that are run in conjunction with the federal government in a big way this year. We're looking at a range of indemnity that at the low end will probably exceed anything we've seen in our past. So we're proud to continue to work with them. Our AFSC's done a commendable job of flexing up their amount of inspectors. The post-harvest production reports we're in on November 15th. We'll know more in the coming days.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am assuming from what the minister just said is the deadline will not be met. And given that the floods in BC have caused highways and rail lines to be cut off, farmers are concerned about the ability to get their products to market. Given that the UCP preparation for previously challenges of drought were late and inadequate, I hope the minister is doing more to prepare to support farmers through this new challenge. And given when I asked about this last week, the answer was not sufficient. To the minister, what is this government going to do to ensure Albertans are prepared for sustained supply chain disruptions? Please be specific.
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again for the question. And once again, the honourable member is not wrong. We're seeing some great supply chain disruptions with what's going on with British Columbia. We've been in contact over the weekend with the Ag Department in British Columbia. They've thanked us for being proactive and doing anything we can to help. There's issues being caused in both directions. The member asked about timeliness in our response to these. I would just like to reiterate, this is a joint effort with the federal government. We cannot unilaterally change these programming, or we will not get the funds next year.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this year's adversity significantly impacts the mental health of producers, and rates of mental health illness are higher in agriculture than any other industry in Alberta and Canada. And given in August, I called on the UCP to implement a 24/7 mental health crisis line specifically for agriculture, which is a proposal that actually has come previously endorsed by the Rural Municipalities Association. What is this minister going to do to ensure farmers have mental health supports they need, and will he support the implementation of the 24/7 helpline?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. The first week I was sworn in, we had our federal, provincial, territorial meetings with the federal minister and the ag ministers from every province and territory, and I can assure the honourable member that mental health in the agriculture community was one of the main segments that was discussed over these 3 days. It is a major issue. We need to do more. Part of it is the great distances in rural Alberta where these people live in the communities that are closest to them. So we'll continue to work for that, but thank you for the question.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few years, Alberta has been hit hard, but our government's policies are helping to kickstart the largest economic recovery for any province in Canada. Alberta's recovery plan will benefit every corner of our province. We know that rural communities play a critical role in our province, contributing to the strength and prosperity of Alberta's economy. To the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development, what steps are you taking to ensure that common sense ideas from rural Albertans are being heard?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ensuring that Alberta's recovery plan benefits all regions of our province is a priority for this government. And we can't do that without common sense ideas and feedback from rural Alberta. That's why we launched Alberta's Rural Engagement Survey. That's why I'm personally participating in 20 sessions with over 900 invited community leaders, and the results of this survey and engagement will continue to play an important role in guiding our plan and discussing next steps.
The Honourable Member for Athabasca Barrhead Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that reply. Given that the government is currently doing a rural engagement tour with several communities throughout the province to better understand the challenges and opportunities facing economic development across rural Alberta, and given that this tour will comprise of 20 sessions with more than 900 industry and community leaders, can the Minister provide an update on his rural engagement tour and what kind of feedback he is receiving from Albertans thus far?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, our public engagement survey will run until December 18th. Some common themes that we've heard have been around childcare, rural broadband, our agri-food sector specifically, and that's why I'm thrilled at some of the steps that have been taken over the weeks and months. The Minister of Child Services, $3.8 billion plan that was announced last week, the $150 million commitment by the Minister of Service Alberta to really, in the first substantial way in decades, build up that rural connectivity.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta's government is committed to listening to Albertans to ensure an economic recovery that benefits every corner of our province, and given that not all rural Albertans are able to participate in the Minister's rural engagement sessions, and given the importance of hearing ideas from all residents who wish to contribute, again to the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development, what can my constituents do to participate in this consultation process, and when can we expect the complete feedback to be available?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his dedication to addressing the concerns of rural Albertans, particularly those from Athabasca Barrhead Westlock. Our survey and consultation process remain active, and our department is continuing to compile results and feedback we're receiving from rural Albertans. And this is just the first stage of our rural engagement plan. We'll take what we have heard to stakeholders, hopefully in person, with an update on the themes that have emerged and work with them on a plan for next steps.
Honourable Members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements. The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to reflect upon and recognize the selfless sacrifices of so many during the past year and a half as we continue to navigate through the COVID-19 pandemic. Our province has gone through some unprecedented challenges, and there have been many, for all members of this House and for all throughout Alberta. We have seen economic uncertainty for families and businesses. Many of us have tragically known or lost a loved one. And we're struggling with the heightened anxiety, mental health issues, suicide, and depression experienced by many. Mr. Speaker, despite all of the struggles that Albertans have dealt with throughout this pandemic, one group has never wavered, never shied away from supporting us all. With the struggles that Albertans from north to south have faced, there has been one group that has never shied away from supporting Albertans as we battle through this pandemic. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about Alberta's doctors, nurses, medical technicians, midwives, and all of our other healthcare workers who have been with us since the beginning of this pandemic, who stood in the face of an invisible enemy and who stepped up when we needed them most. Mr. Speaker, even before vaccines were available and even before we knew what we know now, our healthcare workers put themselves between COVID-19 and affected Albertans. These heroes put themselves in the midst of danger to ensure that we all had access to our world-class healthcare system. I want to emphasize that our essential healthcare workers did this without the safety of a vaccine, without knowing the implications of what they were facing, and saved their vigilance around the clock as we delivered care and comfort to our vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, despite the unknown, these healthcare workers took steps during the early portion of this battle that kept them, their families, and the most vulnerable populations safe. Everyone in this House and everyone across Alberta has learned that our healthcare workers are a vital part of our healthcare system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday was National Child Day to mark Canada's ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The theme this year is the right of children to survive and thrive. But to be honest, I think we can and must do so much more than that. These rights can seem so obvious, but we must reflect on what this means right now and how we are supporting this for all Alberta children, including Indigenous children. Children in Alberta have carried incredible responsibility over the last 18 months, but we cannot keep leaning on their resiliency as an excuse to not do more. Not all children have the luxury of resilience, and it is incumbent that we ensure all children have full support and opportunity to realize their potential. We can do this by ensuring children have access to mental health supports when and where they need them. We can ensure that they have quick and easy access to safe and life-saving vaccines. Children have a right to have their bodies and spirits nourished, to be respected, to be heard, to be engaged in the issues that affect them, and to lead in their own growth and development. We can do this by making sure that they know no matter who they are, who they become, or who they love, that they are loved, valued, heard, accepted, and supported. Children have the right to be connected to their culture, language, and traditions. We can ensure this through a curriculum where they see themselves, their history, and their value reflected. Children have the right to thrive by ensuring all children have access to quality early learning in their critical early years, which is why I'm so proud to be a member of a party that has always advocated for universal childcare. And children have the right to be safe and part of a family, which is why every member of this Assembly should be concerned about the alarming increases in the number of Indigenous children in care, and even more devastatingly, the rise in the number of deaths of children in care. So today, while we celebrate each individual child in all their beautiful diversity, I call on all members of this Assembly to commit again to ensuring that Alberta's children are at the heart and forefront of all the work we do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise not in anger, but to raise a voice of warning. Media describes Justin Trudeau as Canada's first NDP Prime Minister, but he is also Canada's first separatist Prime Minister, demonstrating that he will not hesitate to attack the livelihoods of Alberta individuals and families to further his political ambitions for power. Canada is spinning itself into oblivion, threatening to take Alberta down with it, adopting policies of economic self-destruction. What Canada was is less important than what Canada is and what it is becoming. Mr. Speaker, socialism is an enemy of self-reliance. When legal plunder displaces work as a ruling principle, a sustainable society is lost. Unprincipled, hostile partners have no moral authority to claim additional loyalty. In the real world, loyalty is not conferred, it is earned. Mr. Speaker, our requirement for fairness is not founded on anger, it is founded on principle. How is leverage increased when appealing for fairness from unprincipled partners? Mr. Speaker, here is a true principle. The less Alberta needs Ottawa, the more leverage Alberta has. It is an inverse relationship. The Fair Alberta strategy was at our AGM, is hosting town halls throughout Alberta. Mine is tonight. Great self-reliance is the right way to free Alberta from hostile interference and insulate our children from a looming fiscal train wreck. We can trust in the truth, the peace of acting for ourselves, seeking to provide for our families and others.
Honourable members, prior to proceeding to the remainder of the daily routine, I'm sure that all members will join me in congratulating Speaker Anthony Rota, who was recently re-elected as the Speaker of the House of Commons in Ottawa. I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motion.
The Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 104, which will be sponsored by myself. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly condemn David Suzuki's comments on pipelines as reported by the National Post. Second, that the Legislative Assembly condemn any comments made calling for the intentional destruction of energy infrastructure. And third, that the Assembly unequivocally condemn incitements of violent eco-terrorism.
Introduction of bills, tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table 5 copies of a letter from the School Age Care Directors Association of Alberta dated November 17, 2021, addressed to the Minister of Children's Services and the Premier, asking for a meeting to address the issue that out-of-school care has been excluded from the recent federal child care announcements, which has direct impacts on providers and on parents.
Are there other tablings? The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat has a tabling.
Speaker, I have 2. Last week, one of Alberta's dailies put out that very clear that the Premier has plans to interfere in the nominations of sitting MLAs. Mr. Speaker, another day, another paper, another journalist, the same premise. The Premier plans to interfere with the nominations of sitting MLAs. I table both.
The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table an Article 2 from November 18th, 2021 by Don Braid. This article alleges the Premier's staff using the weight of the Premier's office to influence attendance, and I quote from it, "The province is a democracy, but it's not being exhibited at this AGM." Thank you.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Tablings to the Clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Orr, Minister of Culture, pursuant to the Alberta Foundation for the Arts Act. Alberta Foundation for the Arts 2020-21 Annual Report. On behalf of Honourable Mr. Shandro, Minister of Labour and Immigration, pursuant to the Chartered Professional Accountants Act, Chartered Professional Accountants Alberta Annual Report 2020-21. Pursuant to the Agrology Profession Act, Alberta Institute of Agrologists Annual Report 2020. Pursuant to the Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act, Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Alberta 2020 Annual Report. On behalf of Honourable Mr. McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs, pursuant to the Government Organization Act, Alberta Elevating Devices and Amusement Rides Safety Association Annual Report 2020-21.
Honourable Members, points of order, and at 1:55, the Deputy Government House Leader rose on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this chamber for what I think is one of my favorite parts of the day, holding the opposition to account and doing points of order. This point of order was called at 1:55 when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was speaking in her, rather posing her question to the Honourable Premier, at which point that member began her question by saying, gaslighting of people's real problems, which explains why this is one of the most unpopular premier in the country. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this point of order of 23HINJ. It certainly imputes false motives. It certainly makes allegations against another member. And the language I would find is abusive or insulting nature, likely to create disorder. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a point of order, and I encourage that member to apologize and withdraw and cease to use such further disruptive language.
The Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this point of order, on behalf of the member in question, I would apologize and withdraw.
Consider the matter dealt with and concluded at approximately 2 o'clock, 2:02 and 2:03. The Deputy Government House Leader rose on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may combine the second 2 points of order, but rather the first one at 2 o'clock was on was on a separate matter that pleases the chair. The court.
Chair is pleased.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Edmonton South, at the point of in the first question said that for the record, does the Premier or anyone in his staff know about the letter that was written, who wrote it, and have they turned that information clear evidence of political bribery over the RCMP? Mr. Speaker, if I refer to this large green book I have on my desk, which is House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, on page 509, it says, with regards to questions in question period, that the precedents indicating that questions should not be a statement, representing argument, or be an opinion, but more so be hypothetical. Mr. Speaker, the letter this individual, the member opposite, was referring to was from an unknown executive. That name was not brought to this chamber. This is a clearly hypothetical situation. It is unparliamentary in practice to bring up hypothetical situations and questions, and I do believe that this is a point of order rather than a legitimate question for this time.
The opposition House Leader or the opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member was not asking about a hypothetical. The member was asking about an anonymous letter that has been reported on in the media that has evidence of potential government of Alberta using resources for partisan activities and with potential implications of political favors being garnered from a provincial government. I feel strongly that this is a legitimate question for the official opposition to be asking, as it is our role to hold the government accountable for its actions. I would suggest to you this is not a point of order, but a legitimate question asked during question period.
This is a matter of debate. It's not a point of order. On the third and fourth points of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one is also referring back to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, and you yourself had made a point of raising this concern about addressing party matters in questions during question period. This is not the first time the members opposite have brought up party matters not related to government policy in this chamber during question period. It is certainly not a typical practice, nor should it be accepted. And if we do refer back to this big green book, the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, on page 510, it says that questions should not be concerning internal party matters, party or candidate or election expenses. Mr. Speaker, I believe that question 2 and specifically question 3 were both related to party matters. I believe this is a point of order and ask that you rule and such.
I provided comment on this matter during oral question period, and I have provided some caution in the past. I provided caution to the honourable member with respect to tying these issues of perhaps party matters and with some thread of relevance to government policy. Immediately followed that with a question from members of the government who also struggled with the same principle. So perhaps we'll call this a draw for the time being. But this is a matter that continues to rise, and as noted during the oral question period today, almost exclusively when these matters are raised, the decorum is decreased, and so I encourage members to govern themselves accordingly. I consider this matter dealt with and concluded. The Deputy Government House Leader called one additional point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise at the point of order. At 2:19, I believe, was the time that you mentioned in your remarks. At the time, the member from Central Peace Notley was speaking to the Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General. Again, party matters seem to be the matters of the day. In this time, I don't have the benefit of the blues, but have what I believe to be is very close to what the Hansard record would show. It says, to the Premier, do you or your enablers break Alberta election laws by profiteering off the UCP AGM when you knew money was being used to sponsor attendance? Mr. Speaker, this has nothing to do, not even tangentially related to government policy, but rather about attendance at our AGM this past weekend. Something I attended myself and had an absolute blast. While we were talking about Alberta policy, the opposition was talking about blowing up pipelines, and I think this is a point of order.
The member for Central Peace Notley has the call.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this is definitely a matter of the debate. I don't know, if Mr. Speaker, if you have the blues, but I could read from my question here. The Premier announced his government would conduct government business by following his grassroots guarantee. And then I did ask, did you and your enablers break Alberta's election law by profiting off the UCP AGM? Now, clearly, the Chief Electoral Officer is of the opinion that if there is a profit made off of the AGM, then of course that is obviously something that would concern him about money from PACs paying for the attendance to the AGM. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to remind this House that we do have an election financing bill before the House. And obviously, when we are talking about election financing, this would fall under that, because we have the issue of money coming in to influence elections and influencing political parties. And so I would suggest that this is not a point of order, and I'd suggest, I think last week the Deputy House Leader said that suggested that others may need to develop a thicker skin, and I would probably suggest that he could, with his the extra $12,000 he gets a year for his position.
Okay.
I just have one more point I'd like to add, and it's relevant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, should you suggest that I apologize for this? I do want to say is that what I want to ask is it government policy to break election laws, or is it current practice? That's the question maybe I should have asked.
I appreciate the interventions. I am prepared to rule. I do have the benefit of the blues, and the question that the member for Central Peace, Notley, asked is, did you or your enablers break election laws? It seems to me that while the question does include contents that may be out of order with respect to annual general meetings and other political activities, the question that the member posed was with respect to Alberta election laws. Now, I would provide some caution to the member, because it also could, a point could be made that he was making an accusation that the Premier or others were breaking election laws, and of course, making an accusation in the chamber would be unparliamentary. I don't consider this a point of order, but a matter of debate, although I encourage the member to choose his words wisely with respect to questions inside the chamber and for oral question period. Consider this matter dealt with and concluded. We are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Motion for concurrence in committee report on Bill 219, Workers' Compensation, Expanding Presumptive Coverage Amendment Act 2021. Adjourn debate, Mr. Williams.
On the motion for concurrence, are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise to Bill 219 on concurrence. This was a bill that I have introduced into the House and had hoped that we would be at a stage now where we'd be moving through our stages. But of course, given the new parameters that have been put in place, now we have to go through a concurrence process first. Now, in regards to the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act, this is something where it should have just been done by now, to be honest. There's been opportunity, I would say, over the last, since COVID started, to really have a good look at our labor relations legislation, to look at how we're supporting workers in Alberta, and to make sure that they have access to the benefits and supports that they need in relation to post-traumatic stress disorder, and obviously whether or not they would contract COVID. Now, of course, what we've seen, though, over the last year and a half is that this government takes its time when it comes to trying to provide any type of support for working people in this province. Now, the issue with that, of course, is that we've seen a delay in payments for income bump-ups. We've seen a delay in supporting in businesses, in being able to put supports in place to keep their workers safe. We've seen delays after delay after delay after delay, which is why it's so important that this bill move forward and be debated in this House. I support the motion for concurrence because I believe that what we've seen over the last year and a half, or 2 years almost now, I guess we're at, is that there are many people that have been significantly impacted by the COVID-19 virus. And not just workers that are working in our healthcare areas, but also our people working in grocery stores, our people who have been servers in restaurants, who have been faced with conflicts with patrons who don't believe that they have to abide by the basic health orders that have been put in place over the last 2 years. Now, what this piece of legislation would do is that it would recognize that there has been a potential for some of these workers to be exposed to COVID and to contract it at work, as well as to acknowledge that having to go to work every single day during a pandemic can create and cause post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, what we see right now, according to WCB, is that a COVID-19 infection claim is likely to be accepted if a worker contracts the illness and is performing what the province deemed as an essential service. The issue with that is that it says likely. And so that doesn't guarantee that any individual that applies for supports to get financial assistance or medical assistance because of their diagnosis of COVID-19 will actually receive it. We know that there are outstanding claims that are still waiting to be processed. About 458, I believe, of people who have put forward saying that they believe that they contracted COVID-19 at work. The other issue here is that the employer has the right to say and deny that they believe that that's what actually occurred. Now, this creates conflict, and I mean we've seen it we've seen it even within the opportunity for this government to do the right thing when it came to supporting these businesses such as restaurants and our grocery store workers who, instead of just immediately putting supports in place, providing financial assistance to businesses so that they're able to put all of those supports in place to protect their workers, it was delayed. And so there's a gap here where workers were being exposed. I mean, they had to go to work. People needed to buy their groceries. And those basic supports were not necessarily always being provided because some of the smaller businesses weren't able to put those safety measures in place right away. So again, we need to make sure that those people who were working in these essential services have access to WCB. We know that many of our unionized workers have the ability to advocate to the employer to say, I've been exposed to COVID-19, or I have experienced post-traumatic stress due to an experience related to being at work, and they have an advocacy system. The union's able to advocate on their behalf. There's an appeal process. All of those things can occur. Non-unionized workers do not have those supports. And they should. That's the basis of WCB. So again, I don't think that this is a piece of legislation that really should have been held up in the process. I believe that concurrence should have occurred and that we should be moving forward in through the stages. We know, though, that this is part of the process that was created to slow down private members' legislation, and that this may be my only opportunity now to speak to the bill that I drafted and introduced into the House, because instead of being able to go through the process of second committee of the whole and third reading, I now get 10 minutes to speak to a piece of legislation due to a new process, similar to what we've seen the government do with private members' motions and all of this thing. Fundamentally, the whole process of for private members to have their voices heard in this chamber have been significantly impacted by this government. And I think it's a shame because this is our only opportunity in this chamber, and a very rare opportunity in this chamber to be able to actually speak about pieces of legislation that we're hearing about from our constituents. And so to not be able to speak to the piece of legislation and to have the fair ability to be able to put this piece of legislation through all of the different stages of legislation, to be open to being able to have amendments done to this piece of legislation, which I would be I believe fundamentally that the fact that we're at concurrence on this means that both sides of the House understand that this is an important piece of legislation, that they understand that people have gone through traumatic events through COVID, and that workers have been put in situations that they would never have thought they would have ever have had to been put in, especially those who are working in essential services such as grocery stores and pet stores and things that weren't necessarily thinking that they would have to be exposed, or dealing with conflict of people who refuse to wear masks or don't want to do social distancing and all the things that I know we've heard about. Servers having beer bottles thrown at their heads because people don't want to abide by the rules. Now having to ask for vaccine passports and having that responsibility downloaded onto the servers because the government refuses to just mandate that it has to happen. All of these things have happened, and I believe that on both sides of this House, because of the concurrence, that we both fundamentally agree. And yet, we know that based on the process, it probably will never get to third reading. And it also doesn't give any of the private members in this chamber the opportunity to make amendments based on what they've heard from their constituents. And I think it's a shame, because this will probably be my only private member's bill that I get to introduce into the House in this session, or in my term, for that matter. No different than the motion that I introduced a while ago that got amended and completely changed. And so I think that I am just asking that we move this piece of legislation through the stages that it has the right to go through. I think that the government members really need to be advocating to have their voices heard loudly and proudly in this place, and really need to be asking the government why it is that we have to now go through this process. Because really, it takes away everybody's voice in this chamber when private members aren't given the opportunity to spend their Monday afternoons talking about the business that they want to bring forward into the chamber. It's a shame for democracy, I believe, and as an elected person, to not be able to go through this process the way that it was intended and the way that the history of our legislature has allowed, and that it actually shuts down debate. And I mean, I've been lucky because I get concurrence, which means both sides of the chamber at this point, unless I predispose the outcome of the vote, my understanding is that we were at a consensus on this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for, in this case, Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise on concurrence debate on Bill 219, Workers' Compensation Expanding Presumptive Coverage Amendment Act, brought forward by my venerable colleague from Edmonton, Manning. And I very much appreciate the opportunity in concurrence to have this discussion. As the member noted, there's limited opportunity often for us to fulsomely debate private members' bills in this legislature, or to even have the opportunity to speak to them, which is something, by the way, that's been a great disappointment to me as a private member myself, not realizing the limited opportunities that would take place. So I would like to get on the record, as I'm not a member of the committee, the Private Members' Bill Committee, which had an opportunity to take a look at this bill and provide a recommendation of concurrence to this Assembly. I would like to get on the record to say how strongly I support fulsome debate in this legislature around this bill, and hopefully to hear the stories from the members of this Assembly who can share what they've been hearing from their constituents in all types of work. Because I think it's really important to note that this private member's bill was actually brought forward originally by the member back in June of this year, and that predates the fourth wave of this pandemic. And even at that time, I think the provisions of this bill are incredibly important, but they've even become more so since that bill was introduced as a result of what we've seen during the fourth wave. So to be clear, this bill that's before us today does a couple of things. The first thing I want to speak about, of course, is the one that it actually brings back in presumptive coverage under worker compensations legislation for post-traumatic stress disorder for those who may have experienced that as a result of the pandemic and COVID-19. Now, as with many in this House, I was quite shocked to see legislation brought in by this government earlier this year, or actually late last year, which actually ended presumptive coverage for most workers for PTSD in Alberta, with the exception of firefighters, paramedics, peace officers, and police officers, who, by the way, absolutely should have presumptive coverage for PTSD, but it excluded all other workers. And I think if we've seen anything over this past few months in particular, it is how much PTSD is going to be a long-lasting, unfortunate reality for so many people working in various types of work in this province, and most obviously and most devastatingly, of course, are healthcare workers. Like many in this chamber, I would assume all of us in this chamber have constituents who work in healthcare, whether it be as doctors, as nurses, as staff in home care and continuing care centers, and doing all kinds of work in the health care system. We all represent these constituents, and I don't know about all the members of this assembly, but I can tell you that conversations that I had with my constituents, particularly in the months of September and October of this year, during the fourth wave, where we saw the healthcare system come so close to the brink of collapse, and I would argue it did really collapse, because we saw, as we know, because of the 15,000 surgeries that have been delayed and postponed, the Albertans living in pain, and the crisis that was placed upon the shoulders, already tired, exhausted shoulders of healthcare workers, to then carry through the most devastating of the waves that we've seen of this pandemic. And I had multiple conversations with nurses and ICU docs and ER docs and people working in and continuing care who were breaking down. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, where I was talking to a constituent every day who would break down in tears, telling me their experience of having to work on the front lines, primarily in healthcare, but in all forms, during this pandemic. And we are going to see the lasting scars of that kind of burden for years to come. And I spoke to healthcare workers who told me stories of working in the ICU at the peak of this fourth wave, where they were telling me about lineups, or a semicircle essentially of hospital beds, where every patient was on an intubator, was incredibly sick from COVID, and they had to actually put them in a semicircle and help each patient directly, which is contrary to all their standards of care that they're used to providing in ICU. But it was extreme circumstances. So the pressure, the things that they witnessed, that the work that they had to do, the decisions that were being made about who's going to have their care and treatment delayed, these are heartbreaking experiences for people who have committed their lives to protecting the health of Albertans. To be making choices and to be making decisions and to see people who are obviously in pain and struggling not be able to get the care they deserve, to watch people intubated for weeks, separated from their families, not being able to actually get the emotional support they need, and then on top of that to also face, unfortunately, incredible abuse from patients, from family members of patients, from protesters outside. I don't think that we have yet to understand the full scope of the impact that that's going to have on our frontline healthcare workers. So to me, this proposal within this Bill 219 to provide presumptive PTSD coverage to all healthcare, well, to all workers, sorry, to be clear, to all workers, is incredibly important. And unfortunately is also incredibly necessary. And I think as we sort of see a little bit of a lull, which is great, and that we're seeing cases coming down, we're then going to see what the long-term impact is going to be. I think many frontline healthcare workers are just getting an opportunity to breathe and rest a little bit, but we also fear what might be coming next in the case of a potential fifth wave. So this is something that's deeply important. And I want to also add that it's not just healthcare workers. Of course, they are our most visible heroes, really, during this work of carrying on and providing care to Albertans during this fourth wave. But we know that that burden has fallen on so many other workers. As the member from Edmonton Manning indicated, Nobody would have guessed that being, working in a grocery store would put you in the line of abuse. Nobody would have guessed that serving at a restaurant is now, could put you in a potential line of abuse. But that we have seen that is what has happened, unfortunately, particularly as we've seen the responsibilities of this government. They've downloaded it onto individual businesses, onto employers, onto school boards, to actually bear the weight without providing clear leadership that would have actually prevented some of these, I would say the division and the really devastating hostility that we've seen during this fourth wave is really as a result of incredibly poor leadership and simply putting it down onto employers to make those decisions on individual employees. So let's be clear, many of them are minimum wage workers. They did not sign up. I think about one of the local coffee shops in my riding that I go to quite regularly is Remedy Cafe. I just want to give a shout out to the chai there because it's carried me through many, many days. But every time I go there, there's a young person who's sitting at the front entryway, so before you even come into the coffee shop. And that person's job is to check the vaccine passports of those who are coming in. And in the first few days it came up that was in effect. I remember chatting with one of the young people there, and he said it's been really tough because he's getting yelled at by a lot of people. And so we've seen the stress that has been downloaded onto workers across the spectrum of work in this province over the last few months. And so I cannot speak highly enough of the fact that there should be this presumptive coverage for PTSD. I'm not saying, and I don't want to minimize PTSD, I don't want to be suggesting that anybody who's experienced some hardship during this past while has PTSD. PTSD is a very serious condition that, that there are very real supports and needed supports that are necessary for it. But I just want to say that we've seen an extraordinary amount of strain and stress and emotional abuse piled on workers of all fronts. And so certainly our frontline healthcare workers deserve that presumptive coverage, as well as many others. And I also want to give a shout out to all the teachers and school staff who have done extraordinary work to manage this pandemic, but who are also bearing the weight of that. I can speak as somebody whose partner, during the previous waves of the pandemic, spent hours and hours and hours on the weekend and evenings, every day, his phone going off, ding, 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 every time there was a new case in that school, and that I know that the staff at his school, including himself, were responsible for doing contact tracing because their contact tracing had collapsed, or in the case of this fourth wave, wasn't even happening. And so those are responsibilities that nobody anticipated they would have to take, and we know that there's going to be long-term implications. So I really believe that this is incredibly timely, even though it was introduced in June, even more so now because of this fourth wave of this pandemic. And I think we all need to take responsibility for the long-term emotional scars that are left on people working in the front line. We need to take responsibility, and that means providing presumptive PTSD coverage in WCB. That is our responsibility. We cannot just simply expect people to do this work out of the goodness of their hearts and have to bear the costs when really they did all this work for us. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next, I believe I see the Honourable Member for Vermilion, Lloydminster, Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to concurrence on Bill 219. The committee's recommendation is the bill proceed to second reading, a recommendation I support. It was, in fact, unanimously supported by every single member on the committee from all sides of the House. I'm surprised that the members opposite wish to debate this recommendation, especially since it was their colleague from Edmonton Manning who created the bill. Albertans have weathered the COVID-19 storm for many months now and have sacrificed a great deal to protect themselves, their families, and the province as a whole. Our province's essential workers, those who are on the front lines in AHS, the police forces, and other occupations that face heightened risk of contracting COVID-19, know this sacrifice more than anybody. To wake up each and every morning and go to work knowing that there is a chance you could be putting yourself in harm's way is truly heroic. The province of Alberta and those of us in this chamber thank you for your dedication and the protection you provide during the pandemic. We can all agree, I hope, that the government should do all it can to support workers and work to protect them from this virus, as they do for us on a daily basis. The opposition, however, believes that this government is leaving these workers behind. They believe that this government is making it more difficult or is unwilling to compensate these workers in the event that they do contract the virus while working. This is simply not true, Mr. Speaker. So if the members opposite insist on wasting the Chamber's time and the time of hard-working Albertans debating something we all agree on, I will use my allotted time to address some of the misinformation that the opposition has brought forward on the matter. First, I would like to respond to some of the misinformation on compensation for lost time due to COVID-19 that has been pushed by the NDP. As I touched on earlier, the opposition would have Albertans believe that individuals who contract COVID-19 in the workplace are being left without compensation. This is false. In reality, the vast majority of claims made to the WCB have been accepted, 87% to be precise. This is a far cry from the zero support and compensation that the official opposition and some unions claim, Mr. Speaker. The dedicated WCB team, which has expertise in the field of infectious disease, works hard to guide their clients through the recovery and work proactively to identify workplace outbreaks of the COVID-19 virus and ensure that claims are reported immediately and benefits are issued as expeditiously as possible to the individuals affected. It does this through what is the most extensive COVID-19 cost relief measures in the country. Between January of 2020 and April 30th of 2021, 8,200 COVID-related claims were accepted by the WCB. These claims represent $19 million in benefits, which will go to our Albertan workers who have been affected with the virus at their workplace. The benefits provide the individual workers coverage for a minimum of 2 weeks while they are infected with the virus. This coverage then extends to any period where there's confirmed ongoing disablement due to COVID-19. These numbers show, Mr. Speaker, that this government has not left our essential workers behind and has not left those who are unable to work due to an infection without compensation. The NDP have clearly not done their due diligence, as this would have uncovered these facts. In addition to the opposition's misinformation on COVID-19 infection, they have also claimed that our government has removed WC coverage for workers suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder stemming from trauma experienced in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, this is again simply not the case. In reality, workers who suffer from PTSD with that trauma originating in the workplace experience have access to coverage through the normal claim process. Presumptive coverage is also available to those individuals who work in occupations in which workers have a higher risk of experiencing traumatic events. These occupations include our much lauded essential workers, individuals who keep us and our families safe. These highly stressful work environments happen to be the same some of our province's most important, with first responders, correctional officers, and emergency dispatchers all working tirelessly to keep Albertans safe. This government has certainly not taken support away from these workers, as the opposition hopes to assert. It is once again the diligent WCB team who aid individuals who are diagnosed with work-related psychological injuries and make sure they receive not only financial support, but even more importantly, the critical treatment and support that they require. There are plenty of other matters that, if this chamber spent our time addressing, would benefit Albertans far more, and the opposition desiring a debate to process that is already in place and that we agree on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the concurrence debate around Bill 219. First of all, I just want to take a moment to address some of the alleged misinformation that the member from Vermilion-Lloydminster claimed to refute. And just a comms note for the UCP caucus, if you want to have a credible voice for information refutation, perhaps putting up the member who stands up every time and calls climate change a Chinese conspiracy may not be your best foot forward. But first of all, I want to address a couple of the alleged pieces of misinformation that the member from Vermilion-Lloydminster tried to address. Now, he he talked about the fact that we're spreading misinformation about COVID patients not getting coverage, and then said that 87% of people who are in these who apply for these work-related COVID coverage claims through the WCB get coverage. Well, 87% is not 100%. Even under the new UCP curriculum, I'm pretty sure that math teachers will still teach students that. And that's what this bill is about. It's about providing 100% coverage for everybody who is listed as an eligible worker who has a COVID claim, that as long as they say that they contracted COVID at work, that they would be given coverage. That's not... So when the member from Vermilion-Lloydminster gets up and says that we're spreading misinformation and then goes on to say that not all of the claims are accepted, he's actually proving our point. To the other really outrageous claim that he made around post-traumatic stress disorder and removing our claim that presumptive coverage was removed, well, I'm pretty sure the member was here in December of 2020 when that bill was passed into law, removing presumptive coverage from post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm pretty sure that he actually voted in favor of that law. So why is it now he's standing up and saying that the thing that is actually the law of the land isn't actually the law of the land? We all know that the government removed presumptive coverage for PTSD for all of the workers who are included in this Bill 219. It's outrageous, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Vermilion-Lloydminster would get up and claim otherwise when he and his whole caucus voted in favor of the very legislation that removed that coverage and is the reason that we're bringing this forward. Now, I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about the need to have meaningful presumptive coverage for people who have contracted COVID-19 in the workplace. Now, I just looked on the Alberta COVID website as of November 18th. 331,626 Albertans have contracted COVID. Now, those are the confirmed cases, Mr. Speaker. We don't know how many Albertans have actually contracted COVID because, of course, not everyone who has symptoms gets tested. So there are probably a number of other Albertans out there who have actually contracted COVID and may still be suffering the long-term effects of that. And the need to provide those people with WCB, of those 331,000, we don't know how many would be eligible for this kind of presumptive coverage because we don't know how many people have would qualify even as essential workers. The government doesn't keep a list of who qualifies as an essential worker. But of the 331,000 confirmed cases of COVID, it's likely that more than half of those people will suffer some kind of long COVID symptoms. There's a piece of research that was published at the end of October by Penn State School of Medicine. Penn State School of Medicine, pretty highly reputable organization, not prone to spreading misinformation or exaggerating claims. This study indicates that more than half of the people who contract COVID-19 will display some kind of long COVID symptoms, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's worthwhile to remind members of the House what long-term COVID symptoms include. This includes permanent lung damage, permanent kidney damage, permanent brain damage, long-term loss of smell, long-term sense of fatigue, among other things, Mr. Speaker. You know, our leader, the member from Edmonton Strathcona, held a press conference with a woman named Stacey Robbins, who was infected with COVID a year ago, December of 2020. And she's still suffering from long COVID symptoms. She said in that press conference that she still has fatigue, hand tremors, brain fog, and electric shocks in her leg. And that she had to give up her line of work because these long COVID symptoms have been so bad. Now, you know, I also have friends who have long COVID symptoms. My friend Mira was diagnosed with COVID a number of months ago, and she tells me that she still has a feeling of fatigue, the brain fog that goes along with. Now, fortunately, she's still able to do her job, but there are potentially hundreds of thousands of Albertans who have such severe long COVID symptoms that they are no longer able to work, and that's why it's incredibly important that we ask ask this government to provide presumptive coverage for WCB claims. You know, it was incredibly terrifying in December of 2020. My own daughter is a healthcare aide. She works at a continuing care facility here in Edmonton. And she was incredibly excited to get her first job in December of 2020 as a healthcare aide. She tried for a long time to get her foot in the door, and because the demand for healthcare aides during the height of the second wave was so high, she finally managed to land her first job in her field of study. But knowing that she would be going to work every day in a setting where she was at an incredibly high risk of contracting COVID herself, not to mention spreading it to people who were at really high risk of severe outcomes, was a terrifying thought to me. My daughter was only 19 years old. What if she were to go to work, contract COVID, and come down with these long-term COVID symptoms that would render her unable to work for the rest of her life at 19, Mr. Speaker? Now, you know, it's not that continuing care facilities have a reputation of dealing with their WCB claims fairly. If that had happened to my daughter, or if that had happened to my friend Mira, I would want them to be guaranteed to be eligible for coverage under the Workers' Compensation Program so that they could at least care for themselves. If they had been unable to work as a result of contracting COVID in the workplace. I think that, you know, the government has done so very little to protect people from COVID. We've had some of the highest rates of COVID contraction in the entire country. We've had some of the highest rates of COVID death in the entire country. That the very least that they could do is admit that they were wrong, that they failed to protect the people of Alberta from contracting COVID, and at least put in some kind of mitigative measures to make sure that they're able to look after themselves once they've contracted COVID and come down with these long COVID symptoms. But they're not even willing to do that. I mean, it's interesting to hear the member from Vermilion-Lloydminster say that, you know, the opposition is wasting time by debating this concurrence motion. Everybody in the committee agreed that this should be going forward, but oh, by the way, we don't think that this piece of legislation is necessary. Which tells me and everybody who's listening to this debate that they don't intend to vote in favor of this legislation. So at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak to this concurrence motion to at least have an opportunity to make the members opposite feel bad for their failure to look after the people whose policies led directly to them getting sick in the first place. So I urge all of my fellow members to vote in concurrence and then get on to actually voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to join debate on Bill 219, Workers' Compensation Amendment Act, brought forward by the MLA from Edmonton Manning. And of course, I'm going to speak in favor of this motion for concurrence, that the bill proceed to the Assembly for debate. And certainly, I think one of the key roles that we play as MLAs is that we do put information on the record about where we stand regarding legislation that is brought forward. And so I'm very pleased to stand and to debate this, and it's certainly not a waste of time. It's an important aspect of my work, as it is every member's here, and I do take a little bit of affront to the honourable member from Vermilion Lloyd Minister saying that we're wasting time, because I think it's really important that that we be heard. And of course, this is very important legislation, because as we all know, that we've been through a very difficult few years with the pandemic. And of course, certainly I want to acknowledge that I have a privileged position. I am not on the front lines like the people who this bill is meant to support. I have that privilege of not having to work in a hospital setting, but certainly some of my colleagues I'm a social worker, and I know my colleagues are on the front lines in hospital settings, doing what they can to support people in, frankly, some pretty risky situations. And also, in continuing care facilities across this province. And we know how devastating COVID-19 has been in continuing care settings. We know that almost 1,400 seniors have died in those facilities in Alberta, which is a huge tragedy. And certainly my heart goes out to all those Albertans who lost loved ones. And myself, personally, I can speak. I have elderly parents. My mom is 84 and my father's 92. And both of them, they just recently are living in separate facilities. That just happened in July. For many, many years, they lived together and sort of it was kind of more of an independent setting for seniors, but they did have some home care. There was extra health care. But sadly, my mom broke her arm over the summer, and we kind of got a better idea about some of the challenges she was experiencing with my father, who does have dementia. And his needs were much greater than Mom could handle. And certainly she was hospitalized because of her broken arm, and I got to see firsthand that his needs were pretty significant. And really, Mom wasn't able to support him in that role anymore. So both of them are in different facilities. Mom's in a lodge, and Dad now is in a secure facility for people experiencing dementia. And so I feel like I have, not only professionally through my work and being the critic for seniors in housing, and certainly understanding that there is so many issues in our continuing care system, that COVID-19 has really, shone the light very brightly on our vulnerabilities in that system. And I think one of the key concerns is just the vulnerable workers in those facilities. And this bill, and that's why certainly I am in support of the motion for concurrence, would support workers in those facilities to be able to ensure they had access to presumptive coverage for contracting COVID-19 in the workplace and PTSD. And, certainly early on, the continuing care system, I think, was overwhelmed very quickly with COVID-19 cases, and because of the population served, a more vulnerable, frail population, we had this, significant tragedy that I've already identified of almost 1,400 seniors dying in continuing care. And we know that vulnerable workers, sadly, did spread COVID from facility to facility to facility, unfortunately. And that was not the fault of the workers, but that's kind of because the system is set up to make a profit. It's really meant to keep, workers' wages as low as possible, keep them all part-time so benefits don't have to be paid out to them. So these are precarious workers who have to cobble together a job So they may work at 1, 2, 3 facilities. Maybe they work in the fast food industry plus in a continuing care facility, often for minimum wage. So these workers aren't making much money. Oftentimes these workers are women. Oftentimes these workers are newcomers to Canada. So all of this combines to create a very difficult situation, and we saw it here in Alberta that so many vulnerable seniors were sadly, they contracted COVID, and as I said, some passed on or some were very ill due to that. So that's why this bill is so important to pass. Thank you.
To interrupt you. However, we have, under the standing orders, reached the total time for debate on this matter. The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika has requested concurrence in the report on Bill 219, Workers' Compensation Expanding Presumptive Coverage Amendment Act 2021. Does the Assembly concur in this report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is, I believe the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. A division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on the concurrence of the report on Bill 219, Workers' Compensation Expanding Presumptive Coverage Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour, in concurrence in this report, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Hunter, Honourable Ms. Schultz, Honourable Mrs. Savage, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Mr. Wilson, Honourable Mr. Horner, Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Long, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Mr. Yassin, Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Rain, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Getson, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Jones, Mr. Singh, Ms. Renaud, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Dang, Mr. Tour, Mr. Steffen, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
All those opposed, please rise and be counted. Seeing none.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 38, total against nil.
That is carried and so ordered.
Motion for concurrence in committee report on Bill 220, Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021.
Honourable members, on November 3rd, 2021, the chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills presented the report of that committee on Bill 220, Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021, and requested concurrence of the Assembly in the report, which recommended that the bill proceed. As a member other than the mover rose to speak on November 3rd, 2021, debate on the motion will proceed today. The motion to concur in the committee's report on Bill 220 has already been moved, and I will therefore now recognize any additional members who wish to speak. Are there any members who wish to speak? I see the honourable member for Sherwood Park has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. It is an honor to rise in this House and speak to concurrence regarding my bill that I put forward as a private member, what is such a great honor. Bill 220, the Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021. I have some prepared remarks, Mr. Speaker, that I want unanswered eternally. And then I will move, if I have some time, to some on-the-fly remarks. Again, what an honor this is. So, I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of Bill 220, Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021. Even though miscarriage and stillbirth are not openly discussed in our society, they are sadly not uncommon. In the case of miscarriage, the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada estimate that as many as 1 in 4 women suffer a miscarriage. This type of loss can have a devastating impact on expectant parents' mental and physical well-being, negatively impacting their home life and their workplace. As it stands right now, Mr. Speaker, employees are entitled to 3 days of bereavement leave per year upon the death of a family member. If passed, this bill would clarify the definition of job-protected bereavement leave. Bereavement leave includes parents who experience a miscarriage or stillbirth. And it would clarify that anyone who would have been a parent as a result of such a pregnancy is entitled to bereavement leave. Throughout the last couple of months, I have sought feedback from various stakeholders and constituents to identify the different ways in which this bill would impact people and businesses, etc. I have met with organizations that advocate for businesses and municipalities, in addition to experts that support those who have experienced miscarriage and stillbirth. And I am happy to report that they all overwhelmingly support Bill 220. During one stakeholder meeting, Mr. Speaker, a pregnancy and infant loss support organization based in Calgary shared that they have seen an increase of 300% in demand for their services during the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the pandemic has severely affected families who have experienced a miscarriage or stillbirth. I have had several constituents share their stories of loss and how the COVID pandemic added stress to an already challenging situation. All MLAs are hearing this over the course of the pandemic, and including in the unfortunate case of miscarriage and stillbirth. The isolation from their families has made it even harder to navigate through their grief and their loss. This is why it is essential that the members in this House, regardless of which side they stand on in this House, support this bill during these challenging times. I also believe that Bill 220 is a significant opportunity to recognize, dignify, elevate, and clarify the grief and loss that people experience after miscarriage and stillbirth. It is profound, it is real. Mr. Speaker, miscarriage and stillbirth cause reproductive trauma, shame, and stigma. They hurt parents' hopes, dreams, beliefs. In another of the stakeholder meetings, I was able to connect with Dr. Janet Jaffe from the Center for Reproductive Psychology in San Diego. She shared that according to research from the American Psychology Association, it takes about a year to process the loss of a loved one. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the loss of a baby, including an unborn child, takes approximately 2 years, according to the academic research. Bill 220 would initiate a meaningful conversation to help destigmatize these issues in our society, and is very relevant because it would be the first piece of legislation that addresses such a profound topic, such as this, in Canada. Its broad language ensures that the eligibility covers the diversity that makes up the 21st century family, including surrogacy cases, Mr. Speaker. I should mention that I did hear from several stakeholders that 3 days is probably not enough time due to the profound impact that miscarriage and stillbirth have on parents. However, they also noted that accessing bereavement leave is a significant first step in our society, which is why we are all here today, and I'm honored to speak to this in concurrence. Mr. Speaker, we already count on job protective leave for people whose family members have passed away. It only makes sense to extend the same leave to those experiencing loss from miscarriage or stillbirth. While this bill was being discussed in the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills, a very important question was raised. It was about the other existing leaves under the employment standards, and if bereavement leave is the appropriate leave to amend to include miscarriage and stillbirth. Mr. Speaker, parents who experience a miscarriage or stillbirth may be eligible for other leaves depending on each situation. However, bereavement leave is the only one explicitly designated to mourn and deal with the grief associated with losing a loved one. Again, we want to clarify, specify, elevate, and dignify this specific situation through legislation. Questions were also made regarding the physical well-being of women who experience miscarriage or stillbirth, and how much it takes them to recover physically, and how it can change depending on each woman. It is very much case by case. Mothers who experience a stillbirth within 16 weeks of their due date are eligible to take up to 16 weeks of unpaid maternity leave. This leave, however, Mr. Speaker, is only available to the birth mother and is intended to provide job protective leave while they recover from their pregnancy. Maternity leave is not available to the spouse of the mother or adoptive parents. Again, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about recognizing, dignifying, elevating, and clarifying the grief and loss that people experience after miscarriage and stillbirth. It is to acknowledge that the women who experience a miscarriage or stillbirth and their partners are navigating through tremendous grief while experiencing many other challenges in their lives and workplaces, and that they deserve to be able to take some time off to deal with such loss without fear of losing their jobs. They're already dealing with enough severe trauma from the miscarriage or stillbirth, Mr. Speaker. I am looking forward to the concurrence debate today, and I sincerely encourage all members of this House to support Bill 220, the Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave and Amendment Act 2021. And with that, Mr. Speaker, could I have a time check?
It's 2020 is both the bill and your time check. So sorry, you've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Thank you so much. So what I wanted to do in the remaining time, and I look forward to all the speeches that are to come, I just wanted to quickly thank the members of the Private Bills Committee on both sides of the House. The opposition, their contributions were incredible, very thoughtful, in a spirit of bipartisanship, and I thought they added a great value to the discussion. I want to recognize the member for Edmonton Riverview, the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, especially for very thoughtful contributions, very compassionate, as well as the members on the government side. The member for Brooks Medicine Hat submitted some great contributions, and the chair of that committee, Mr. Speaker, the member for Leduc Beaumont. I also want to thank, on this incredible journey, we get into politics to make a difference, really, and have an impact. One of the biggest reasons I ran in 2019 was to support women and families. And over the course of the pandemic, talking to constituents over the loss, miscarriage and stillbirth, it really had a profound impact. So I said to myself, if and when I was to be so lucky to win a private member's draw, I would put forward this in a noble effort to support women and families. I want to thank all the great stakeholders that I was able to meet with. Quick shouts out to Aditi Loveridge of the Pregnancy, Miscarriage and Infant Loss Healing and Coaching Services in Calgary. Gail Haynes of the Canadian Mental Health Association, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Janet Jaffe was wonderful as well from the Center for Reproductive Psychology. And also, the economic lens is also to be considered here. And we also met with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I want to thank them for their thoughtful contributions. They were saying that a lot of employers, they believe, are already giving giving some leave for time off. But I'm so happy we can continue this debate. Please support Bill 220. Thank you.
Thank you. And the honourable member who caught my eye was the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. As I like to do, the first time I get to speak in a week, just thank all those folks who continue to do so much for all of us on the front lines. And we like to think about healthcare workers and educators, and given the content of this bill, Bill 220, I also think about those folks who work in pretty difficult situations, who may not have access to the supports that they need, and we know that COVID has very much exacerbated and highlighted the huge gaps that we have as far as supports for workers. And so I'll be thinking about them as I speak to this bill. And prior to getting into some of the specifics around Bill 220, I do just need to point out the confusing statements by the member from Lloydminster Vermilion, who was railing on about wasting time. Those were his direct words on debate for concurrence. And I'm not sure how it's wasting time. And in fact, it's quite confusing that he would be critical of us when it's actually your own members who asked for concurrence debate. So let us please clear the record on that one. And as the member from Sherwood Park, who I thank for bringing this forward, has noted, this is a really important conversation. And like him, I am a member of the private, I guess he's not a member, but I am a member of the Private Members Bills Committee, and he was there to join us at a couple of the previous meetings. And I was quite, well, I have many things to say on this, but it was a rare moment of multi-partisan support and love, and in particular for my friend Aditi Loveridge, who is a phenomenal woman, who is the head of the Pregnancy and Infants Loss Center in Calgary. And I had the opportunity, actually, I believe it was with the member from Edmonton-Whitemud, to first meet her. COVID time is very confusing. It has to be over a year ago for sure. We had happened to reach out to her just to learn more about her work. I think we actually first met each other on Twitter, in fact, and that turned into a meeting when we were just talking about the important work that she does. And I was quite clear to her then that it was a topic that, quite frankly, I didn't know a whole heck of a lot about, and I certainly wanted to learn. And so we had the opportunity to hear from her at the Private Members Bill, and I had the opportunity, actually met her again this summer, and we had a good conversation about the work that she does. So it was quite serendipitous that the MLA from Sherwood Park had also connected with her. And I'm going to talk specifically about some of the things that she brought up. But before I get there, we made it quite clear in the meeting that we're quite hopeful about this bill, because we do need to destigmatize these sorts of conversations, and we need to have them out there, and we need to know that people who are impacted by pregnancy loss, however, in whatever form it comes, need to know that they have supports, and that they are supported and protected. And one of the things we talked about in the previous Private Members Bill Committee was just the very all-encompassing impacts that pregnancy loss can have. Emotional impacts, long-term, short-term mental impacts, and of course physical impacts as well. And one of the things that I really wanted to dig into were just some of the specifics around language in particular. And really, when we have an opportunity, it's been said in this House, that non-government MLAs have very few opportunities to put forth legislation, and it's a real honor when you're able to do so. And so, we want to support the member, the private member, in getting his bill right. And so, one of the things that I want to talk about was a pretty important question, and something that's come up multiple times, actually, and quite recently as well. And that's the topic of abortion, and ensuring that within pregnancy loss, that definition is really clear, that it's an expansive one, and that will include really the experiences of the vast array of experiences of birthing persons. And so we really want to ensure that there's an expanded definition of pregnancy loss. And I asked Ms. Loveridge in our meeting specifically about this. I said, would late termination and pregnancy loss through abortion be covered by this bill? And she said she absolutely hopes so. And I'm just going to share a little bit about what she said. Having the language clear so that it's included, termination for medical reasons, or TFMR as it's known in the community, and abortion. And she shared that she sees a lot of people in her center that need support after their experiences. And she says if the language isn't expansive and inclusive, there will be a lot of people, a lot of folks in the community who are left unsupported. And she said, and this is a really important point, she said, those folks who are, either in the TFMR community or those who've lost a baby to abortion are already find themselves without support. And again, she told us about just the countless number of folks that she has coming through their doors all the time looking for support. And so her point being that when folks are already dealing with infant loss, already dealing with the range of experiences, right? The shame, the guilt, the spiritual, the emotional, the mental health impacts, already dealing with so very much, they need to have those clear supports in place. So that language, it's really critical here that we just can get that that language correct. And so I'm hopeful that we will take the advice of our our esteemed stakeholder that we both put forward, her as our stakeholder, and again, take the advice of somebody who's there on the front lines, who deals with the very different experiences of folks in the community. And so I'm looking forward to that, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to have a bit more of a conversation about that. This is a real opportunity just to show again that we are inclusive. I know I'm slightly concerned. I don't want to presuppose. Absolutely not. I am slightly concerned that we won't have support on this piece. Again, I'm always the optimist. However, I did see this weekend the members of this government support, well, I shouldn't say members of this government, members of their party support conscience rights coming back to the, actually no, there were some, yes, at least some private members, that's true, I do know that, I wasn't there, but I do know there were at least 2 private members who spoke in support of conscience rights. And of course, as we shared in another private members bill committee back in this to the day, around November 21st, 2019, in fact, 2 years ago, we shared the deep concerns from providers at that point as well, including abortion providers, including physicians across this province, including folks in the queer and trans community about their concerns. And so I'm fearful when we have government members, or at least government, or at least private members who are still wanting to bring back conscience rights and wanting to potentially reopen the abortion debate, that we may not have support. But again, I'm hopeful because we've had a lot of collegiality on this bill to date, and again, I will wait to see the conversation. I just really want to make sure we honor our stakeholders. And so those were the key items that I wanted to get. I wanted to point out. I also actually, sorry, I forgot to mention that, and I know my colleagues, I'm sure I'm running out of time. My colleagues, I am running out of time. So I will let them speak to what we passed at our council.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. In this role as an MLA, there are moments where we have intimate interactions with our constituents. Sometimes it can be just business back and forth, doing our best to help them out and get an item across the line for them to get them information they need. Other times there are moments of real close, intimate interactions. And I just had a constituent I was on the phone with moments before entering the chamber who was sharing with me, unsolicited, that she has had 7 miscarriages, Mr. Speaker. It was heartbreaking to hear. And you could hear sadness in her voice, a real tragedy. And I had no choice but the normal human reaction, but empathy for her, sympathy for the difficult life that she had gone through. She wants nothing more than to be mother of children. And she hasn't had that opportunity yet. Every single month, her and her husband are hoping that they're pregnant again, but fearful that maybe it'll be another miscarriage. Over and over again, every month. Every time the month renews, they have both this hope, but a hope they bury out of fear that it might end in a miscarriage. And that grief that they face, she shared with me, not because this bill was being debated, it was a completely separate issue, but she opened herself needlessly to me vulnerably, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. In some ways, it feels providential, as right before this, that I got to hear that and share with her that I feel so deeply for her. And I believe every member of this chamber, too, no matter of political affiliation, feels for women like this, for families like this, that want nothing more than another child, to be a mother or a father and to play with their baby, but they can't because they have miscarriage after miscarriage. A stat that stuck with me that the member from Sherwood Park brought forward was 1 in 4 pregnancies and miscarriages. Oh, Mr. Speaker, what a horror. How hard that must be for all of these women. It stays with them for a lifetime. It's so sad because they want nothing more than to have that fulfilling love of their child in their arms, but they can't, no matter what they do. They wonder, is it something they've done wrong? They blame themselves, sadly, more often than not. Being able to recognize this publicly in this space does give space for these women to grieve, does give them the opportunity to have some sort of emotional reconciliation. So I give credit to the committee that brings this forward, for the concurrence that we're able to have this conversation now. Because it's real and it's meaningful and it's nonpartisan and it has intimately affected so many women in this province. I can tell you, sadly, on a separate note, that my mother recently passed away from a very short fight with an aggressive form of cancer. And I remember sitting in the hospital room with her, having conversations we never had. And she brought up that she had miscarriages. I didn't know that as a young child. I didn't know that my mom had 3 miscarriages. I'll not forget how she had to reconcile that in a time where she wasn't allowed to grieve, to say that she felt like she had a loss. It was a time in our society where we just say, it just happens, move on, try again. And for some, they're lucky, like my mother, and she did. And I'm not sure everyone else agrees, but thankfully I'm here today. Not all women get to have that opportunity to be mothers with their babies in their arms. I tell them now that you are mothers, and that can never be taken away from you. The reality of that love that you have is real. It is. And I say that in the chamber floor right now for all to hear, that you are a mother, and you're right to love your children that you've lost. But that doesn't necessarily help the problem that you have. And there's little that we can do in this chamber that can. But one thing we can do to mitigate is to unanimously support this bill from the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park. It is meaningful, it is real, and it changes the lives of mothers and families altogether so that they can grieve together and recognize that it hurts. That hurt is real, and that we as a state recognize what you've lost as something real. I don't want to get into a debate about contentious issues here. I want to respect and dignify these young women and recognize that they have a real pain to grapple with, and that our laws in our society should reflect the pain that they are grappling with. And to the member who spoke before me from Edmonton Highland Norwood, I say, be not afraid of the members on this side. We will happily support and endorse anything that would expand support for mothers, no matter the circumstances that brought them into that difficult spot they're in. The miscarriages or abortions, or no matter what it is, I think that we all should agree that they deserve that support. And you'll find no quarrel with me, and I suggest any member on this side, if any motions will be brought forward for amendments. I think it's incredibly important that we recognize every single mother. We recognize that the miscarriages they had, every single one of them, often, like I said, among constituents, 7. We recognize all of them are true losses. And we do our best in this chamber, as the voice of the people, to pay respect to them, to dignify them in what we say here, but also in the laws that we pass, the rule of law that we hold the authority of in this chamber. And I hope, I pray, that we can pass this before we leave the chamber at the end of December. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The honourable member who caught my eye is the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to add my voice to the debate around Bill 220. And certainly, I just want to thank the member from Sherwood Park for bringing this bill forward. And certainly people, you know, the MLAs on this side of the House certainly are, see the value in this bill and the importance of us really having legislation to support a person who may be experiencing this loss. So I'm grateful for having the opportunity to talk about that, because sadly, as has already been articulated on both sides of this House, there is stigma, and it seems to be kind of a not spoken about concern in our society, and a not acknowledged one. And so this bill goes some of the way towards supporting people who are experiencing a loss due to a pregnancy. But of course, you know, we always can improve things, so I'm certainly going to share a little bit about that. But certainly I think it's so important that we be debating this bill in the House today, and really can work towards destigmatizing pregnancy loss. And like the honourable member who just shared from Peace River, he talked about a constituent who had shared her own personal story about significant loss from miscarriages. And over the weekend, I was in contact with a constituent of my own and his family and the loss they've experienced through miscarriage. And they're very fortunate and blessed to have two beautiful little girls that certainly I've had the opportunity to meet, and you know, they've attended Zoom meetings for sure, and they're just adorable little ones. But he shared with me that between the birth of their eldest daughter and their second, during that time, that their family had experienced 3 miscarriages. And he did share with me how difficult that was, that whole process, and how pleased he was to see this legislation come forward for offering support, you know, to his family. And because of the type of employment he has, he did receive some support, but he knows many people don't have that. So, you know, this legislation will be much more inclusive, so people in a broader range of careers and workplaces can have that. And the reason that I did hear about this specifically was because actually this weekend, I know the members of the UCP were at their annual general meeting. The members of the NDP were at our provincial council. And during that time, we actually passed a resolution that is similar to this legislation, and that is why my constituent did share with me just the challenges that his family experienced and how grateful he was that we had moved forward on this resolution. And our resolution certainly goes further than Bill 22, or 220. And is, I think, more inclusive, and certainly I feel, and we did talk at committee, because I too am on the private members bill committee, about actually expanding the definition of a pregnancy loss. So as my honourable colleague from Highlands Norwood did express, that abortion and you know, termination, she had more detail about the correct terms used, should also be included, because those are significant losses as well. And so people experiencing these and those who are of their support system should be supported by this. So certainly that was something that we agreed on, and this resolution was passed at our provincial council. So that is good. Another thing that's a bit different that we did talk about at committee is not to just sort of define this only under bereavement leave. So the death, you know, bereavement is about a death, of course, And, I think there could be some legal challenges, some misunderstandings around when life starts and when it ends. So just wanted a more inclusive term like family and personal leave as opposed to bereavement. So this legislation, that is something else that we'd like to see. But of course, moving things forward at all is a positive step, and certainly I want to, support this this legislation, and do indeed, know that we are still moving forward with it, and I'm grateful for that. And it does give 3 days, I guess it is 2 days, of unpaid leave. And of course, that is a minimal provision. There's different jurisdictions all across the world, really, that have legislation that does give more time. I mean, 3 days, when you experience a significant loss, 3 days is not a very long time. Of course, it is a step in the right direction, but I would just offer that 3 days is pretty minimal. And certainly, we've already, on both sides of the House, we've talked about, we appreciated so much the expertise of Aditi Loveridge, who was sort of the founder, what was she? Here it is, the founder of the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Support Center of Calgary, and certainly, has worked deeply in this area, has her own personal experience, and has supported families all across our province. And she does talk about that pregnancy loss often takes a substantial amount of time. At minimum, she says 3 weeks, so not 3 days, but 3 weeks. Therefore, she had suggested that we lengthen the time allotted for people to be on this kind of job-protected leave, because there is a significant impact on people, and we know that sort of their emotional, mental health is impacted, and if they can have that support for a longer period of time, then they're more likely to be able to heal, from a very trying, difficult situation without added stress of maybe, not being secure and knowing that they can go back to that job that they hold, and not going back prematurely because, they may not be in a really stable place where it feels like it's safe for them to be there. And of course, the unpaid part of it would be challenging for anyone to not have the income that they regularly rely on, and so that would create more stress for them. So this is another area, but as I've said already, it is a move in the right direction, and we certainly do support that, and we want to make sure that this kind of legislation does move forward so that people do get support and they're not suffering in isolation, and that employers recognize that people do need this support, and this time the legislation does say it is 3 days of unpaid leave. So that's very important for the legislation, and but as in time, perhaps we can think more grander and more broadly about what would perhaps be a fuller support for people experiencing these significant losses. And I'll just echo some of the comments of the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood regarding the inclusion of not only miscarriage, stillbirth, but also loss due to abortion, pregnancy termination. And that certainly people are impacted by that, and that's important to be included in this legislation. And that is something that we certainly did pass in our resolution on the weekend. We want to make sure that it's as inclusive as possible, making sure that people are supported, and there's a vast array of different challenges people experience, and of course the inclusion of their partners, their support system, making sure that they have access to this leave as well. So I'm standing in support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I gladly rise today to speak in support of Bill 220, the Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act, proposed by my wonderful colleague from Sherwood Park. Our honourable colleague for Sherwood Park always has a lot to say in this legislature, and I always find that when he's speaking, I'm enthralled because he's so passionate about the issues that he brings to the table, and whether that be on social media or in the chamber or in caucus, wherever it is. I just know that the member for Sherwood Park cares very deeply about Alberta families and his constituents. So I just want to say thank you to him for bringing this forward on behalf of so many grieving women and families who recognize, and I recognize for certain, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is an important step in recognizing that every life is sacred and has inherent values. So for me, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't be more proud to rise to speak to Bill 220 today. So usually in motions of concurrence, we talk about also what happened in committee, and I wanted to just start off with that I really do appreciate the comments from the members opposite. I think there's so many opportunities in this legislature where we see, division, and we see it's an all-out, drag-out, big on war between two major parties in the province here. But it's nice to see us all coming together on one issue, and that issue is supporting women and families. So I want to start off by talking about what happens after a miscarriage. So, I've been pretty far removed from these issues for a very long time, just because we haven't been trying to get pregnant. I'll be totally honest. We just got married about 8 weeks ago, and we were thinking about family planning and all of these things. But I have to admit that, Mr. Speaker, for me, this is becoming a very intimate topic. For myself personally, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is essentially, it affects fertility, it affects a lot of things in your life. But one of the biggest things is that it does affect your ability to have children. So I know it's going to be an uphill battle for me personally, and I just want to thank the member of Sherwood Park and other members in this chamber, so that women like me and other women who've actually experienced miscarriage know that they will be supported by Alberta's government, as well as every elected member of the chamber. So, I'm also very close to a lot of women in my life, of course, a lot of young women who are trying to have families. And I have watched firsthand the absolute anguish that these women face. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. My best friend, she is the most wonderful mother, I think. Thank you. Most wonderful mother I've ever met in my life, besides my own. But she is struggling, and her family is struggling. And one of the things that I think has been very helpful for many people like her is that she has been very open about her grief. Now, not all women are prepared to do that. For some women, they do suffer in silence, and these families suffer in silence, and they feel that this, they should, as the member for Peace River said, just, get up and move on, dust your feet off, and try again. It's not that simple for so many people, and for her, it's been an absolute battle. So, picture this, Mr. Speaker. You have women and families who are excited. They got their car seat purchased. They've got their nursery set up. They are rip-roaring and ready to go, welcome that baby into the family, and then all of a sudden something traumatic happens, and they've told everyone, but they're going to lose that pregnancy. So we have different terms for miscarriage. There's also something where we say that a child was born sleeping. And these children, no matter what stage they are at in their life, whether whether it's conception or shortly thereafter, or they are delivered through stillbirth or abortion, we know that these children are valued and deserve to have their lives grieved and celebrated. But the problem is that so many of these parents are scared to talk to their employer, or they think that it's not that big of a deal, because we've socialized this conversation around miscarriage and stillbirth and children born sleeping as being something that you have in private. And so one thing that I'm really proud of our government for is destigmatizing the conversation around mental health. And so for these women, not only is this a physical health concern, but it's a mental health concern for them, their families, surrogates, their spouses. For certain, this is, and I know that the bill put forward by my honourable friend from Sherwood Park encapsulates all of that. It expands that definition. And I think that that was something that I was really, really grateful to hear in committee, is that we're no longer just thinking of the person who is birthing that child, the mother. We're thinking about, you know, all those people around her and her support system and what that means. And I actually believe the member for Edmonton Riverview brought that up about how to support people for that person who is experiencing miscarriage and how important that is. So once again, I'm blown away by the interpartisan, cross-partisan support for this. I think it's phenomenal. And I think that one of the most jarring things that I've heard so far in this, you know, is that there are women who legitimately fear that they would lose their job if they asked for this, or families that legitimately feel that they would lose their jobs because of taking time off for bereavement leave. You know, we don't have the same kind of stigma if you lose your mother or father. We don't have the same kind of stigma if you lose a child, for heaven's sake. But for some reason, these women do feel that they have to suffer alone and suffer in silence most times. So to hear that approximately 1 in 6 women who know that they're pregnant have a miscarriage, and it's also common for women to have a miscarriage before they even know they're pregnant. That's a jarring statistic. And I think that it's incumbent upon us as legislators to always be thinking creatively about ways that we can support more Albertans. And for me, Bill 220 seems like a no-brainer. I know that we're speaking about it in the concurrent stage, and I know it's pretty far down the order paper, but I know that, Mr. Speaker, I personally cannot wait to vote in favor of this bill. I would welcome any amendments. I mean, it's not my bill, but I would welcome any opportunity to expand these definitions to include more women as we grieve for them and as we grieve with them. So I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, and I've said this many times, that a life lost for any reason, any unborn child, for whatever the reason, should be celebrated and should be recognized. So I'm hoping that education and further conversations like this will help to end the stigma with pregnant women and those who have lost their children, including their families. And I hope that today that we can all come together in support of Bill 220 and the member for Sherwood Park. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I do see the honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in concurrence debate on Bill 220, the Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act. And I just want to echo, I think, the sentiments that have been expressed by all the members of this House about how important this issue is, and thank the member for Sherwood Park for bringing this private member's bill forward, and to carry on in that spirit of that this is an issue that we all see value in addressing through legislation. And it's been interesting, of course, to also hear that, not surprisingly, given the number of us that are in this assembly, that we've had our own experiences. Either we know people, or we've heard stories, or maybe we've experienced pregnancy loss or miscarriage ourselves. And I actually put myself in that category, Mr. Speaker, which is that like the 1 in 6, I believe it was, women who have experienced pregnancy loss and miscarriage, I am one of those women. I had 2 miscarriages, Mr. Speaker, prior to having my first child, my son. And I think it is important to talk about these things, and I can tell you from my own personal experience, this was many years ago now. I mean, really in context, maybe not that long ago, but it was about 9 years ago. And at that time that I had a miscarriage, I had a miscarriage on a Saturday and was in the hospital in the ER all day on that Saturday and went to work on Monday. And even though I spent the Sunday, lying in bed and crying all day long, as did my husband and our family, who, by the way, did not even know. My husband knew. My mother did not know I was pregnant until she came to support me in the hospital during the miscarriage. And I can tell you that it never even crossed my mind that I should not go to work on Monday. And part of that was because I was still shaken at what had happened. It was a pregnancy that we had wanted, that we had tried for. Any woman or a person who has suffered a pregnancy loss or miscarriages knows that, if it's a pregnancy you want, that, it's such an excitement, this moment where you realize your life is going to change in profound ways that you are deeply excited for, and maybe sometimes apprehensive about as well, of course. And then in a second, it feels like it's over. And there's the physical implications. I certainly was having very strong physical symptoms, but of course it was the emotional devastation. But I remember I got up for work on Monday, and my husband even looked at me and said, should you be going to work today? And there was two things that made me go to work that day. The first was that I don't think I wanted to accept what had happened, and I wanted to just pretend that something was still the same, and I went to work. But the other reason, and I think it's important to note this, is that I was afraid of telling my employer that I'd had a miscarriage. And I was afraid because I didn't want my employer to know that I was trying to have a baby. Because I was actually worried that that was going to have implications for my work and my job and my career. And I thought, once it's out there that I've had a miscarriage, they'll know that I'm trying to have a baby. Yeah. And if I'm trying to have a baby, that means maybe that next project that's coming down the road, they're already thinking about, do they have to hire somebody to cover a mat leave? Am I going to be around for it? Maybe I'll be sick during my pregnancy and won't be able to be there. And so I went to work like nothing had happened. And I can tell you, I would say at the end of that week of work, I don't remember a thing I did that week because I was certainly not of the right mind to go to work. And I do think that this possibility of having some kind of leave, available might have made a difference. Although I will say there's still more work to be done to overcome that stigma that I was worried about. Because even I think asking a woman to go to her employer and say, I had a miscarriage, it's a deeply personal, private thing, and there's lots of reasons why women would not want to advertise that. And I think the idea of a leave is important, but I don't know that we'll fully address some of those concerns. We have bigger issues to address around women's participation in the workforce and how being in childbearing years, as they say, during certain careers, it's being held against women, it's being holding them back from getting more responsibility and moving on because of a perception about their commitment to their work. That certainly happened in the field that I was in the legal profession. So we have a lot of work to do. But I also want to highlight that I come from enormous privilege of having a job where I could, I probably could have afforded to take a couple days off with unpaid leave. Honestly, that probably would have been fine for me at that time. Mm-hmm. But for a lot of women, that will be a barrier for them seeking this kind of a leave, is that it's not paid. Along with the other challenges. And so I think I'm heartened to hear that there was some willingness, perhaps from the member who brought the bill forward and from this assembly to consider some amendments. I do hope we get an opportunity to debate this bill in the legislature and to consider some amendments. I do think we should factor in how much a paid leave it being a paid leave is going to be significant for a lot of women who don't have the ability to take unpaid days off. I'll just mention that, after I had that miscarriage, I had another one 2 months later. And at that point, I was so emotionally and physically spent that I did end up taking time off, but I didn't declare once again to my employer that it was as a result of miscarriage. I just took sick leave. And again, I was privileged to have paid sick leave and to be able to do that. But the trauma and the experience and the strain of going through that both physically and mentally stays with you for a very long time. And I want to acknowledge that there are all kinds of circumstances in which women or persons have miscarriage, right, or have pregnancy loss. And in my case, I was, I had a loving partner and we were trying to have a baby, but we know that there's many, many different circumstances and that the feelings and emotions and the psychological effects of having pregnancy loss and miscarriage are going to be different for every woman. It's not always going to be a sense of losing something you wanted. Let's be clear about that. There are going to be some women who didn't know they were pregnant and then have a miscarriage, and there will be lots of complicated emotional feelings about that. And so I want to recognize that there are many circumstances under which pregnancy loss and miscarriage takes place, and I'm also very much want to echo the comments from my colleagues around how important it is that we consider abortion and termination for medical reasons as part of this leave. And I am encouraged to hear comments from government members who have indicated that they would be open to that kind of an amendment, because again, this is not about judgment as to why the pregnancy ended or the loss. It is about, as I understand it, this is about the person experiencing the loss. And there's lots of complicated reasons why, and we need to make sure that all of those persons who are experiencing this, and I appreciate the recognition of family members who are supporting. I often feel that my husband, as you know, in this situation as the man who wasn't the one in the hospital, his emotional journey was somewhat overlooked. And in fact, I actually think he carried those pregnancy losses in some ways in a different way than I did, and in a more profound way. When I actually became successfully pregnant with my son, I had a sense of peace the entire time. I just knew this was going to be a different pregnancy. I could feel it. And so I felt very comfortable and confident in the pregnancy. My husband was terrified the entire pregnancy. He was absolutely terrified. So he carried it in a very different way, but in a very real way. And so I appreciate that we're considering the circumstances of the person who experienced the loss as well as those around them. And I am open to a very, I think, positive and hopeful debate. I do hope that there's an opportunity to get this forward in this legislature, because I think there is some great consensus within the House right now about the importance of this legislation. And I think it is important, too, that we are destigmatizing miscarriage, pregnancy loss, and abortion, because these are things that, as I said, 9 years ago, I was uncomfortable talking about. And I didn't even know, by the way, that so many of my friends had experienced the same thing. It was something that we didn't talk about. And so the more we do talk about it, the more we can recognize that there are things we can do to support each other through this loss. And we can be there for each other, and we can provide real opportunities and think about those people who don't have a lot of the privilege of support systems and of paid leave, and of an employer who might understand. And maybe we can develop some fulsome legislation here that can address all of those circumstances, because it does truly seem as though all the members of this Assembly are united in that objective. And I look forward to the opportunity to actually make that become legislation that applies to all Albertans. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I see the honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon with a couple minutes remaining.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be taking a whole lot of time then, but I did want to stand and speak to the concurrence of this bill. Bill 220, Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021. Sometimes very small bills can have very large importance. And I think that this is one of those bills, Mr. Speaker, that in a very few short words, it can speak into the lives of an awful lot of people. We've had a lot of good conversation today about why we should support this bill. And I'll throw mine in here, where we've had many of our members speak of their own personal experiences from a female point of view. I can bring one from a male point of view, as we suffered a stillborn birth, and I lost a son. So I think it's important that we have this conversation. I think that it's important that we consider how we can speak into the lives of individuals that are grieving. I loved the line that you said, and I know I missed a few words here from the member of Sherwood Park, that we need to recognize and we need to dignify the grief that comes when people experience miscarriage and stillbirths. And so I would just take the last few minutes or seconds of my speaking time here just to say thank you. Thank you to the member for your consideration. Thank you to the member for bringing forward this piece of legislation. As private members, it is a rare honor to be able to stand up and to be able to bring forward good ideas into this legislature. And I believe that this is an idea that when brought forward, will speak positively into the lives of the citizens of Alberta. That life is full of joy, but it can also be full of grief. And this can help us sometimes in that time of grief. So thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. And that is phenomenal timing, as we have, under the standing orders, reached the total time for debate on this matter. The chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills has requested concurrence in the report on Bill 220, Employment Standards Expanding Bereavement Leave Amendment Act 2021. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered.
Under Public Bills and Orders other than Government Bills and Orders, for second reading, Bill 209, Cost of Public Services Transparency Act, debate adjourned.
Thank you, honourable members. Are there any members wishing to join debate on 209? I see the honourable... I don't. Pardon me?
With a request?
With a request, absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps I would request the unanimous consent of the Assembly, as we are very close to 5 o'clock here, to just call it 5 o'clock and move immediately to motions other than government motions.
I will ask the question only once, although any member who is opposed, please make yourself known now. I believe unanimous consent has been reached.
Under motions other than government motions, motion other than a government motion 522, Mrs. Fry.
I see the honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise to speak to motion 522. I just spent a lot of time speaking about something else, but hopefully this won't make me so emotional. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly recognize the critical role that agriculture has in Alberta's economy and urge the government to take steps to ensure that Alberta's agriculture and agri-food industries are essential components of the economic recovery plan in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, as you know, it's a rare honor for private members to be able to move a motion, much less have a motion and a bill in the same term. I've been very blessed in the draw where I was actually able to have not one but two private members' bills with my name on them, and now the opportunity to move a government motion, or a non-government motion. We are all very blessed as private members to be able to have such an opportunity to be able to speak to matters that are extremely important to us. And for me, throughout the past year, just seeing 2 years, seeing the devastation that we've, as provinces, gone through throughout COVID, many people losing their lives, many industries being completely kicked when they're down, like our oil and gas industry. There has been one industry that has remained victorious throughout all adversity, and recognizing that our farmers have gone through considerable amount in the last year with unprecedented drought. We really owe a debt of gratitude to our agriculture industry and our agri-food industry for being there when just about no other industry was able to function. So I know that early on in the pandemic, I had spoken to the Minister of Health at the time to ask for essential status for things like greenhouses, processing plants, meat packing plants, so on and so forth, to be able to provide that essential service to Albertans, which is feeding them, of course, as we know. So not long ago, actually about 45 minutes ago, I had the opportunity to meet with the now Labour and Immigration alongside friends from Brooks Medicine Hat and Southeastern Alberta. So we met with the Alberta Cattle Feeders Association as well as the Alberta Greenhouse Growers Association to talk about challenges that the agriculture industry is facing in terms of labour now. And I just wanted to, as somebody who is from Southern Alberta, I consider myself to be an advocate. And I'm a huge fan of our ag industry, so being able to move this motion is extremely important to me today. We know that before everything else, there was agriculture. We had people coming to this land to homestead, to build their lives here, and our agriculture industry has been around since the dawn of time. In Brooks Medicine Hat specifically, the majority of the riding, we do have urban contingents in Brooks and the northern half of Medicine Hat, but by and large, the riding is mostly farms and ranches. So I'm very lucky in that as an MLA, you get opportunities to speak in the chamber, but today is a day where I get to brag about all the good stuff that goes on in my riding. And sometimes it's a humble brag, but today's not going to be so humble because I'm really darn proud of these people, Mr. Speaker. So farmers and ranchers are the reason we get to eat every day. And I think that's something that we're often so far removed from because, a lot of people will just go into a grocery store, they'll pick up a steak, go home, grill it, and never think about it again. But for some people, being able to get that steak to your plate, being able to get that crop from the ground from seed to crop to the grocery store, that is a process. And without every facet of the industry, we would all starve, let's be frank. And we're so lucky. And that has never been more apparent than through the last 20 months. So the ag industry has faced so many challenges, whether it be drought or labor shortages or just the availability of temporary foreign workers, the availability, supply chain issues, which we're now going to see exacerbated because of the tragedies going on in BC. But the one thing that I've noticed over and over again is our farmers and ranchers, they haven't asked really for anything throughout this pandemic. They don't come knocking on the government door with their hand out. They are asking just to get out of the way and let them do what they do, which is to grow our food, process it, and get it into our bellies. So we are all so lucky to have them. But I know that every member of this House, we all support the egg industry. I mean, we all eat. So we all should be supporting the egg industry at least. But in the last 6 months alone, this government has made incredible investments into our egg sector. So, and also one of those things that we have done is we've added a rural economic engagement and rural economic development to our government as a ministry on its own, as an associate ministry, to be able to deal with the challenges that we see in rural Alberta and talk about ways that we can enhance life in rural Alberta by creating more economic development and opportunity. So we want to show rural Albertans, and I want to show rural Albertans, especially in my constituency, that they're not going to be left behind or forgotten by our government. And one of those ways that we can do that is by expanding things like irrigation. We've seen historic investments in irrigation, just last week. We know that, of course, that, like I said, there has been a drought in the past year, and it's been very hard to get crops off. We've also seen that, yields are not as good as they usually are. Even in irrigated sections, they're not quite as good as they should be, just because you don't have that natural rainfall and humidity. And so in Brooks Medicine Hat, we really do rely on water, and we really do rely on irrigation more than most places. So I want to thank the Eastern Irrigation District for all that they do. The St. Mary's River Irrigation District are just two of the irrigation districts in our province, but they're very near and dear to me because they are in the best constituency of Brooks Medicine Hat. So I know also Carson, Siksika, Livingston, McLeod, Tabor, Warner. These are just three of the examples that I could use off the top of my head that also greatly benefit from irrigation. So initially announced last October as part of the strategy of our government to enhance irrigation infrastructure, there was $932.7 million to facilitate enhancements in agriculture through irrigation grants. So while expanding irrigation infrastructure, this is another 2,000 new jobs. And will attract more than $1.4 billion in new investment by 2023-2024. Those are some big numbers, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they're massive. And it just goes to show the strength of the industry and what it has to offer. So one of these investments can also expand our primary and value-added agricultural exports, which will grow to a projected $16 billion by 2023, a 37% growth relative to 2019 when we became government. So this expanded investment of nearly $500 million has the potential to expand irrigation by 230,000 acres. That's almost 15% more than what currently exists. And the coolest part about that is it's happening through advancements in technology. So we see things like converting culverts and canals to pipelines. We are able to do more with less water, which is of course extremely important because water licensing remains to be a very big issue, and of course we don't want to have to use more than we need to get things going. So I have some stats here that says that this irrigation impact is $477 million every year to Alberta's GDP. And this investment in irrigation will create up to 7,300 permanent jobs and 1,400 construction jobs. So that's a really, really, really big deal. And we know too that our farmers and ranchers have, like I said, sustained significant challenges, and part of that is things like higher taxes. The carbon tax is adding a huge burden to farmers who are drying grain and also running tractors, running equipment. So I'm very grateful to see that the federal Conservatives are working on this in trying to find ways to create more fairness for our farmers. So we also know that we can create jobs by investing in Alberta agriculture. I was just speaking, like I said, with some people and the minister. I have 1 minute left. Oh my goodness, I'll speak fast. We have so much opportunity to work with industry to expand what we know about agriculture. It's not just a blue-collar job. There are so many jobs in agriculture that, high-tech jobs, jobs that pay extremely well. And I believe that we should really be enhancing our agriculture sector and encouraging people to go and work within it. So to all the farmers and ranchers in Brooks Medicine Hat, all of those who make a living off of agriculture, and I would just encourage all members of the House to support those people who've been through a tough year and call on the government to continue to support our agriculture industry and signal to these farmers that we have their back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning, followed by the member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak to motion 522. And unlike the government, I'm not going to push this to the bottom of the order paper. I'm actually going to support this motion because I understand the importance of agriculture, and I understand the importance of diversifying our economy, and I do believe that it's essential that this government takes action on supporting our agriculture and agri-food industry. Now, I think one of the concerns that I do have in regards to the comments from the previous speaker is that there wasn't actually any comments made about diversification. There was a lot of comments made about irrigation and the investment that both the federal and the provincial government have made in that investment, and I don't dispute that that is a good investment. However, the issue with only talking about the importance of irrigation and the investment that this government has made is that that's all this government continues to talk about when it comes to the agriculture industry and the diversification options and investments that can be made. We know with drought that irrigation did support our wetland agriculture producers, but it did not support our dryland producers. And in fact, what it did do is completely ignored our producers outside of the irrigation network, all the way up north to the Northwest Territories. We've heard from our producers in the areas such as Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray, and surrounding areas that their crops mostly failed. And because of that, many of our livestock producers are now facing issues around access to feed. And many of our crop producers are having issues with access to seeds. Now, when we talk about agri-food, and we talk about investing in agri-food, and the fact that this government needs to take a stand and actually start working with our agri-food industry and doing investment, absolutely agree. We haven't seen that. We saw the previous minister doing an announcement out in Bowden around pulses and a fractionator that is going to be built out there. There was no government support for that facility. And in fact, what we have seen is that the very organization that was advocating for more value add in the pulses industry was defunded by this government. And now there is no voice for the pulses industry when it comes to that value added production. There is huge potential in plant proteins. We know. The rest of Canada knows. And how do we know that? Well, we see Saskatchewan and Manitoba investing significant dollars in supporting those very fractionators being produced and being built in those industries. That is value-added agriculture. That is investing in agri-foods. We haven't seen the government do anything in regards to that and supporting any of those types of value-added industries. Now, there's other potential when we look at our value-added crops, such as our sugar beets in southern Alberta, in the very area that the honourable member that has introduced this motion represents. Sugar beets has the potential to not only do refined sugars, which we know they do. We've got Rogers Sugars, who's here, who takes those sugar beets and makes refined sugars out of that. They're in competition with imports of sugar cane, which is a fundamental problem for our markets. But they can also take this value-added industry of sugar beets and turn it into things like making sure that we have de-icer on our highways, or looking at creating it into lubricants. There is so much potential within that specialty crop alone that this government could be looking at. They could be working with Lethbridge College on some of the research that they're doing. And there are many different things that I've asked the minister about that could be being worked on today that this government has completely ignored. We saw during COVID, agriculture was our leading economic driver, absolutely. And it could continue to be so if this government actually took the agri-food industry seriously. But we haven't seen them do it. So this motion is very important. And it would be great if the Minister of Agriculture would be listening to the will of the Assembly to acknowledge that we need to start championing our agri-food industry. We export canola, barley, malt, our peas, our lentils, our sugar beets. All of our products in Alberta primarily get exported. Many of them then are exported, refined in other countries, and then we bring them back here and we buy them. We could be doing that value-added production right here in Alberta. We know that there is the research facility and the agri-food facility just outside of Leduc. Calgary could have the same thing. And in fact, if people wanted to go and do a tour of what's going on in Calgary, we're seeing aquaponics being developed, where people are like having fish factories, where they're taking that water and then doing indoor farming and growing lettuces and kales and different things which are then being sold to our local markets. We're seeing a company who has just built a new facility where they're going to be growing indoor strawberries, which is really unique because strawberries are very sensitive to LEDs and not quite happy when they have to be grown inside. There is substantial opportunity within Alberta. The reality is that the policies that this government has put in place do not support the innovation of those areas. The barriers that have been put in place have prevented investment from actually coming into Alberta. And in fact, many of those investors who would like to do the value add here in the province are in Saskatchewan now, or are in Manitoba now. And it's because the environment within Alberta does not support value added in our province. We are stuck in the old ways, which is let's export our raw product, let's buy it somewhere, sell it somewhere, buy it back, and then eat it and have it done here. And it's a failure, to be honest, because there are many people who have capital that would like to be investing it in Alberta. We did it when we were in government. We brought in Cavendish into the Lethbridge area. We supported that investment because we recognized that our potato crops had huge potential to be used for value add. So now we have potato chips that are being made, but we also have French fries through Cavendish. So there are opportunities. The plant protein opportunities are abundant. And it doesn't have to be plant protein versus meat protein. It can be both. And Alberta can be leaders in both of those. We have a great beef industry here in Alberta. And it's one of those things where many people will try to say, well, if you want plant proteins and you want to diversify the economy, then that means you don't like meat. It's not the case. And in fact, many people will have a plant protein diet as well as a meat protein diet, and they interchange them all the time. And we're seeing many of our chains, like A&W, moving into plant protein alternatives, but they're also selling our hamburgers. And so, absolutely, I do support the motion. I would have liked to have seen, though, that instead of continuously hearing from the government, and we've heard it from the minister last week, again this week, irrigation is not the only thing that our farmers and ranchers need. And in fact, it ignores the majority of the province. And so it's time for the government to start looking at our central to northern producers, start supporting them, making sure they either have flood mitigation or they have access to drought prevention strategies, and not just focus on southern Alberta. Because irrigation only supports those who are on irrigated land. And even those that have irrigated land did not necessarily have the support to be able to grow the crops that they needed. And so I support the motion, Mr. Speaker. However, I think it could have gone farther. And what we really need to see from this government is for them to finally start champion the agri-food industry and diversifying it so that we can have an even stronger GDP when it comes to our agriculture industry. Thank you.
The honourable member for Athabasca, Barhead Westlock, followed by the member for Edmonton Gold Bar, and then we'll see.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to rise today in support of Motion 522. which reads as follows: Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly recognize the critical role of agriculture in Alberta's economy and urge the government to take steps to ensure that Alberta's agriculture and agri-food industries are essential components of the economic recovery plan in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to thank, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Brooks Medicine Hat for bringing forth a very important motion, private member's motion, that we can all rally behind. I myself am an agricultural producer and have been on the farm my entire life. I'm very proud to be in Alberta as an agricultural producer, and very excited about the huge opportunities that lie in front of us with this industry. We have an industry that will be here for as long as people are around here, and it will outlast most industries because it is, of course, an industry that we all need. Albertans know that the agriculture and agri-food industries are essential components of Alberta's economic recovery following COVID-19. They know that the resources that we harvest create the wealth necessary to provide the jobs and services they rely on today, while transforming and growing our economy for the future. Despite the impacts of COVID-19, the agriculture and agri-food sector remain vibrant and a significant contributor to Alberta's economy. I want to thank all the producers and all of those that are working within the agricultural industry, whether that's from equipment manufacturing, supply of feed products, the processing industry that's processing our ag products, and how they've been resilient through the whole last 20 months. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we set new records in 2020 for key indicators on our farm cash receipts, our food and beverage manufacturing sales, agri-food exports, and our gross domestic product. I'll just cite some of the numbers that can highlight how the agricultural industry has been able to flourish even in a very difficult time, and how that can set us up for success well into the future. So in 2020, Alberta's real gross domestic product for agri-food totaled $9.7 billion, which was up 5.7% from 2019. While Alberta's overall GDP decreased by 8% in 2020, the agriculture industry's GDP increased by 9%. Alberta's total farm cash receipts reached $15.4 billion in 2020, the highest on record, and up 2.9% from 2019, and accounted for more than 1/5 of the total Canadian farm cash receipts generated from primary agriculture. But that's not all. Food manufacturing sales continued an upward trend and reached a record $15.5 billion in 2020. In 2020, Alberta accounted for 19.1% of Canada's total agri-food exports, and Alberta's total agri-food exports for 2020 reached a record $13 billion, which was up 11.7% from 2019. Exports of primary agricultural commodities were up 20% from 2019 to $6.3 billion in 2020 and accounted for 48.6% of Alberta's total agri-food exports. In 2020, our agri-food industries employed 69,800 Albertans. 42,500 were employed in primary agriculture production and 27,300 in the food and beverage manufacturing industries. This represents 3.3% of Alberta's total employed labor force in 2020 and accounts for 15% of national employment in primary agriculture. Albertans know transformation is impossible if our core industries, such as agriculture, suffer. So in alignment with Alberta's recovery plan, our government's investment and growth strategy in the Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development Departmental Agri-food sector investment and growth strategy aims to capitalize on the sector's opportunities for growth by attracting more than $1.4 billion in new investment to create 2,000 new jobs by 2023. We are growing primary and value-added agricultural exports to a projected $16 billion by 2023, which is a 37% growth relative to 2019. And investing in the modernization and expansion of irrigation infrastructure in southern Alberta that will add 208,000 acres into irrigation through water savings and water use efficiency. Through these targets, we aim to grow primary agriculture commodity export by 7.5% per year and grow value-added agriculture products export by 8.5% per year. Our government aims to accomplish these goals with a unique approach combining a blend of grant programs, expertise, specialized facilities, product and process development, in-term processing, incubation, and business services in a center of excellence model to foster growth and diversification in the agri-food sector. To this end, agriculture, forestry, rural economic development facilitated the investment of $886 million in agri-food sector investments related to 105 projects and led to the creation of 2,128 jobs from April 2019 to March 2021. In addition, agriculture, forestry, rural economic development is actively facilitating 78 additional investment projects, which have a total potential investment value of almost $4 billion and are estimated to lead the creation of more than 2,800 jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in the modernization and expansion of agriculture, and it becomes evident in our irrigation infrastructure expansion by partnering with the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and 10 irrigation districts to invest a total of nearly $933 million in irrigation infrastructure to expand production, create jobs, and spur the province's economic recovery. Through this, our government has committed $280 million towards the modernization and expansion of irrigation infrastructure in southern Alberta. Together, these projects have the potential to expand irrigation by up to 230,000 acres, contributing more than $480 million annually to Alberta's GDP, and creating an estimated 7,400 direct and indirect permanent jobs and over 1,450 construction jobs. Mr. Speaker, that investment is going to be a generational investment that will prove very important in the production of food for families right across this country, but also all throughout the world. And it's important that we recognize the value that that will bring, not only for Alberta, but for Canadians and for people throughout this world. We know that transformation and growth happens off the strength of industry, and this government has put conditions in place for both our core agricultural production industry and our agri-food processing to thrive, and it is working. First, our government has streamlined the Canadian Agricultural Partnership Grant process to make it easier for producers and food manufacturers to access funds. These changes will allow applicants to receive their money faster, enabling companies to more easily create jobs and inject more money into the province's economy. In addition, our government has developed a new Made in Alberta by Albertans label that farmers and processors can use on their products. The label will help shoppers quickly identify food made in our province when choosing an item at their local farmers market or the grocery store. We are also partnering with the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Alberta Beef Producers, and Alberta Cattle Feeders Association to undertake a competitive study. So, Mr. Speaker, our government has already done a lot to support our agriculture and agri-food industries.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar, followed by Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Athabasca Barhead Westlock for sharing some important numbers that really underline how important the agricultural sector is to the overall economy of Alberta. But in my remarks today, I want to echo my friend from Edmonton Manning in highlighting some of the reasons that the government is failing the agricultural industry. And it's made even more so egregious knowing that the government members know exactly how important the agricultural sector is. Now, my friend from Edmonton Manning talked about this government's inaction when it comes to economic diversification in the agricultural sector. I could have talked a lot about this government's destruction of the agricultural research programs overseen by the Department of Agriculture over the past 2 years. That has done significant damage to the future development of agriculture in this province, and will continue to set Alberta agricultural producers back the longer that those lack of investment in research continues. But I want to focus my comments on the ways that the government is failing to protect the most important thing to farmers and ranchers, and that's a high-quality environment. Mr. Speaker, the government has taken significant actions to put water quality at risk, put water quantity at risk. It fails to deal with the issue of climate change, and that is going to continue to put producers at risk for generations. And then finally, I want to highlight a seemingly small issue, but one that could potentially cost millions and millions of dollars if the government doesn't get on top of it, and that is the issue of zebra mussels in irrigation canals. So first of all, with respect to water, the member from Brooks Medicine Hat has highlighted in her speech the importance of water to agricultural producers. It's not just important to people in irrigation farmers and ranchers in irrigation districts. It's important to farmers and ranchers all across the province. I've yet to meet the farmer who doesn't rely on water to produce his or her agricultural products. But this government has taken one simple action that has put all of our agricultural producers at risk, and that is throwing the door open to mining coal in Alberta's eastern slopes. Now, that is a significant risk with respect to water quality, because we know that these proposed coal mines have the potential to contaminate all of our water with selenium. That could render our agricultural land much less productive than it is currently. Now, I understand that the Minister of Environment is doing a little bit of mitigation work, trying to conduct task forces and committees on managing selenium quality. The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that once the selenium is in the water, there is no way to get it out. And the best way to make sure that our farmers and ranchers have water of adequate quality is to make sure that we don't have coal mines in the headwaters that our farmers rely on. It's also important to note that our farmers have a minimum quantity requirement. The member from Brooks Medicine Hat talked about how agricultural yields have dropped this past year because of water shortages. Mr. Speaker, those water shortages will only increase if the government's plans to mine the eastern slopes go forward. We already saw just earlier in this session, the government twist itself into pretzels to amend my friend from Edmonton Manning's motion on water issues related to the eastern slopes. And in fact, essentially defanged the motion, changed the intent so significantly that even though she brought the motion forward, the amended result was so mangled and perverted that we couldn't even vote for it, because the government refuses to acknowledge the potential danger that it's causing to water quantity by going forward with its plans to mine coal in the eastern slopes. So if the government is serious about supporting agricultural producers, as they apparently state they are in this motion, then it would immediately ban the mining of coal in Alberta's eastern slopes. Don't fool around with this coal committee, with their deadline extensions and all of these funny games that they're playing. Just pass the Eastern Slopes Protection Act that the leader of the official opposition presented many months ago. That would go a long way to showing agricultural producers that this government actually supports the work they do, because they're concerned about protecting the water quality and water quantity that they rely on to be able to produce their agricultural products. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, the government needs to get serious about taking action on climate change. Now, my friend from Edmonton Manning has proposed a significant action with respect to making sure that agricultural producers don't get left behind when the talk about climate change, when governments talk about what actions that we can do to mitigate climate change, and in fact committed to government supports to make sure that agricultural producers can reduce their carbon dioxide emissions by modifying the barns, the livestock barns. That's a significant step forward, I think, that the agricultural sector needs. The fact is that agricultural producers will continue to be at risk unless the world gets climate change under control. We see that happening right now, next door in British Columbia. How many billions of dollars are being spent to make sure that agricultural producers can even feed their livestock who are stranded in barns that are surrounded by floodwaters? Not to mention all of the reconstruction efforts that are going to have to be undertaken once the floodwaters have completely receded and the world returns to a state where agricultural producers can go back to work. But instead, we see a government that continues to roll back climate change mitigation measures. We saw significant changes to the TIER program that reduced the compliance objectives requirements for a number of industrial emitters. So making it even less likely that Alberta will contribute to Canada's efforts to mitigate climate change. We see that they cut supports for climate change mitigation measures. The disaster recovery program has been slashed. A whole host of other climate change mitigation plans have been cut or underfunded by this government. And so it needs to get its act together when it comes to making sure that the effects of climate change are something that our agricultural producers can withstand. Finally, they are abandoning the carbon market entirely for agricultural producers. I've had a number of people come forward with concerns that the government is not going to renew some of the carbon offset protocols that farmers already take advantage of to make sure that they have additional revenue streams and can actually stand to make money off of Alberta's plans to mitigate climate change. There's $60 million that have been paid in the last year to agricultural producers in carbon offsets. And the government's just going to throw that out the window, Mr. Speaker. That is shameful. Finally, Mr. Speaker, zebra mussels. Now, we know that zebra mussels are imported by watercraft that come from out of the province, recreate in our lakes and reservoirs that feed into our irrigation system. And if we don't make sure that we do the proper inspections on these out-of-province watercraft, zebra mussels will get into the irrigation system and will cost the province millions and millions of dollars every year to mitigate. Exactly, Mr. Speaker. We cannot afford to let let zebra mussels infest our waterways. All the government has to do is ramp up its inspection programs. And in fact, what did we see? Last year, during COVID, they cut their inspection programs almost entirely. And they refused to implement an inspection program that will be actually effective at preventing zebra mussels from getting into our irrigation systems. So the government is good on talk. It needs to follow that up with action especially on protecting the environment, so that our agricultural producers can rely on the water that they need to make their products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Livingston MacLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely my pleasure to be able to rise today and speak on motion 522, and I would like to thank my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Brooks Medicine Hat, for putting forth this very important motion. Also like to recognize, as this is an ag-related motion, the honourable member from Edmonton Gold Bar did of course mention what's happening in BC. And I had a chance to see the devastation firsthand recently, and my heart goes out to all the growers in the Fraser Valley that are dealing with the devastation of the floods out there, and Alberta mourns with them over the tragedies that have beset them these days, and glad to hear that they're receiving lots of support to get through this. So with that being said, I just do want to reiterate, motion 522 states, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly recognize that there is a critical role that Alberta agriculture has in Alberta's economy, and urge the government to utilize Alberta's world-class agriculture and agri-food industries as key drivers in the economic recovery plan following the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, that I feel a very deep level of sentiment for this motion. My family for over 100 years, actually for 5 generations, has farmed the same land in southern Alberta. Agriculture is part of who I am. While I knew full well from the fact that I couldn't make beans grow in grade 2 that it wasn't a career option for me, I'm still very proud to come from a farm family and know the important role that agriculture plays in our communities. Agriculture certainly is a bedrock of our Alberta economy, and it holds a special place in our province's history and in our culture. And as you know, you only need to stop by the Calgary Stampede, or even more importantly, some of our small town rodeos, to see the influence that agriculture has on our province's culture and who we are. Walking through the Stampede grounds, I always find it funny, you can see people from every walk of life, every age, every background, some born in Alberta and others that are born across this beautiful planet. Some wearing cowboy hats, some even got them the wrong way around, I've heard. Wearing cowboy hats, cowboy boots, and Wranglers. And we know in Calgary sometimes that just happens for those 10 days and they don't get pulled out again for another year. But agriculture is Alberta. And the hard and demanding lifestyle that's required of our food producers, our farmers and our ranchers, I think is a very tangible example of the grit and tough and resilient nature of our province and our people. Mr. Speaker, you simply cannot have a strong Alberta economy without a strong agricultural industry. Agriculture is a massive part of the Alberta economy. In fact, in 2020, Alberta's real gross domestic product for agri-food industry totaled $9.7 billion, with almost 70,000 Albertans employed in that industry. And even as the pandemic has caused Alberta's GDP to decrease in the last year, the GDP from Alberta's ag industry actually increased by a whopping 9.1%. Alberta's total farm cash receipts reached $15.4 billion in 2020, the highest on record, and Alberta accounted for more than 1/5 of all total Canadian farm cash receipts that year. But Mr. Speaker, this last year has been very difficult on the farmers of our province, and that is particularly true for farmers in southern Alberta. The pandemic has led to many slowdowns through the industry, especially with livestock and meat processing. Our government launched new programs and initiatives to assist with these pandemic-related issues, such as the Agri-Recovery Cattle Set-Aside Program, which was launched in June of 2020 to help support our beef producers. The program allowed our beef producers to hold slaughter-ready cattle on a maintenance feed ration, and the program committed around $12 million last January for this benefit. The Hog Agri-Recovery Program was another program developed in March of 2021, which was put in place to support Alberta's hog producers to offset the massive costs associated with the temporary closure of our slaughter plants. There was also an increase to the interim payment under agri-stability from 50% to 75% for the hog and potato industries in the province. We provided rapid test kits to federal meat processing plants to ensure that the staff would be safe and that operations were able to continue on running. In May of 2020, we developed a $5 million agricultural training support program to help employers train new staff and provide $806,000 in grant funding to agricultural and horticultural businesses. And the government provided a 20% discount on the agri insurance premiums for 2021. But it wasn't just this pandemic that has negatively affected Alberta's beef producers and grain producers. This has been a horrible growing season for many farmers throughout Livingston-Macleod and across southern Alberta. This year has been unusually hot and dry. Back in March, a horrible grass fire decimated cropland near my hometown of Claresholm towards Carmangay. And there are other towns that suffered fires late in March, spurred on by the dry conditions and very, very heavy winds. And that was even before the record-breaking heat wave that occurred in late June and throughout July hit. These conditions led to many crop failures, and some farmers were even unable to seed at all. Statistics Canada estimated in late August that the total production of select principal field crops in Alberta for 2021 was down over 36% from 2020, and 30.5% lower than in the 10-year average. This is offset somewhat by the large increase in crop prices, such as for canola and wheat, which has seen its price increase by 54% between January 1st and the end of September of 2021. But unfortunately, input costs have also increased substantially, straining farmers and their wallets even more. Mr. Speaker, our government has done a lot to help farmers during these last few years and to expand the industry with investments in irrigation and increasing the value-added processing capacity by growing our exports. Alberta's recovery plan has grown and diversified our agricultural industry, but I do think that more can be done. As we become more urbanized in this province, I think we sometimes take the ag industry for granted. We see the stock grocery shelves as a given, and we do not always appreciate the hard work, the backbreaking hours that our farmers put into the food that we rely on every day. That is why today I think that Motion 522 is an important motion, and I encourage all members of the House to join me in voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon has the call.
Do you want to go as well? Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quick here. I rise to speak to Motion 522. I want to focus in on one part of the agri-food industry in Alberta and the Alberta Recovery Plan. It's the industrial hemp sector of really a brand new part of the agricultural economy. Very quickly, industrial hemp is an amazing crop. It'll take 5 times the amount of carbon out of the air in 1 year that will take 20 years for a natural forest. It's the strongest natural fiber in the world, and it's incredibly light. And because of that, it has a myriad of applications that I think that we as farmers and as Albertans need to consider as we grow the agricultural industry. We've got companies that are starting to grow industrial hemp. We produce, I think it's about 42,000 acres or 40,000 acres of industrial hemp every year across the province of Alberta. And in that, we take that crop and we use it for 2 basic purposes. The first is for a seed, where we can use for the pharmaceutical industry, we use it for the agri-food industry, as well as the stalk. That's the stalk which we can take the fiber, and we can use the long fiber, and we can use the short herd fiber for a myriad of applications in this province. Right now, it's just a very small part of our agricultural sector. But if we play our cards right, I believe that we can grow this into a $500 million industry very quickly and in a very short period of time. We have many uses for it. It can go into, it's one company out of Drayton Valley, Biocomposites Group, owned by Dan Madlung, is producing grow cubes for hydroponic grow cubes that you can stick the seeds in, and 30 days later, after you go through the hydroponic process, you pull out a carrot or you pull out lettuce. And because it's made out of industrial hemp, it's 100% biodegradable. Right now they're using rock wool insulation for that, and they've got mountains of this stuff in Europe. And so a lot of his grow cubes he's selling over into places like Holland and into Germany. It's a substitute for the small herd from the stock can be used for cement blocks. The long fiber can be used for interior door panels for companies like GM and Toyota. It can be used in plastic pellets. It can be used in packing insulation. It can be used in insulation for houses. And so it's a fiber that has many, many different uses. And if we take a look at our Alberta Recovery Plan, this is a sector of the economy in agriculture that I think we should be considering looking into growing. I've mentioned biocomposites groups out of Drayton Valley. They have started up as a pre-commercial company when I was first elected in 2015. They now are commercial. And the small investment, a fairly large investment in the matting line that they made and started with came from the Alberta government as well as from private sources. And recently, the Alberta government invested about $400,000 into the decorticator, or the processing of the industrial hemp that's going to feed that matting line at Biocomposites in Drayton Valley. And the products that he's making today are selling around the world. And it's a real success story as far as really smart investing in a new sector of the economy by this government. Alberta Hemp Alliance was created. I remember talking with one of the members across the way and getting a recommendation that we should have an advocacy group for hemp, industrial hemp in this province. And so we've worked over the last 5 years to create the Alberta Hemp Alliance. And recently our government invested $300,000 over 3 years for the creation of this provincial advocacy group for industrial hemp. And recently I just attended a meeting where they had 40 stakeholders that were looking at, well, what are some of the provincial impediments to the growing of this industry. And we talked about the fact that hemp is not an insurable crop right now, and it's got to become an insurable crop through AFSC, and we're going to have those conversations. That we need to move forward from health to move the industrial hemp from federal health agency to the Ministry of Health into the agriculture industry. And that would reduce some of the red tape that would allow farmers to continue to grow more and more hemp. We've been investing, as the Minister of Agriculture will attest to, significant time is looking into, and money is being spent on irrigation down south to increase about 50 or 60,000 acres worth of land, prime land that would be really good for an industrial hemp industry. And because of companies like Biocomposites, we're starting to get the producers that will create the demand for the hemp by farmers. And this could be the most profitable crop of any crop we grow when we consider the seed and the stock of this crop. And so, you know, we've got companies from around the country starting to look at coming and moving into Alberta. Companies like Blue Sky and Inca. I'm going to be doing a member statement on them here coming up sometime later this week. And these two companies are looking at investing and creating a processing plant that could be as much as a $200 million investment into the Alberta economy, should they come to this province. And they're going to be doing some really cool things with it. Blue Sky will be looking at the oils that they can get from the seeds, and Inca is going to be introducing hemp into plastic pellets. And what's really interesting, and I didn't realize this, was that plastic pellets, what gives the plastic its rigidity is little glass fibers that they put into the plastic. But those glass fibers break down, and you can only recycle plastic so many times because of the glass fibers. They want to put in industrial hemp fiber. And that will allow the plastic to literally be recycled forever and ever. Amen. That speaks to our recyclable plastic policy that we're starting to develop in the province of Alberta. They already have companies like Toyota and Winnebago that are looking at purchasing all of the plastic pellets made with hemp that they can get. And the farmers are looking at this because, like most entrepreneurs, they want a crop that's going to be not only profitable, but is not dependent on a foreign Asian markets or other markets that can shut them down, where we can grow this. They have the expertise, that we've got the best farmers in the world here. This is an amazing opportunity, and I want to thank the member for bringing this motion forward so that we can speak to the growth of agricultural sectors of the economy in Alberta, and thank you for your time.
There are just a couple of minutes remaining if any of The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think there was going to be an arm wrestling match over on this side of the aisle to talk about agriculture, since a lot of us come from those areas. And as old John Denver had said once, thank God I'm a country boy. To the manager from Brooks Medicine Hat, thank you so much for bringing this forward. And to the big fella from Cardston Siksika, he's a tall man but also has a big heart. And let me get up and speak. Again, I didn't want to have that arm wrestling match with him because I'd hate to make him sad. Main points in this motion. It calls on the Legislative Assembly to recognize a critical role of agriculture in Alberta's economy. It calls on the government to take steps to ensure Alberta's agriculture, agri-food industries are part of the full economic recovery. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, you know what, when we start talking about economic recovery, and I'm working on this Economic Corridors Task Force, we're talking about all the different economies that we have in the province. So as members opposite, we're talking about different regions, some that were flush with water, some that were disparaging without it, talking about some of the agri-food companies that came in right in this motion. So the member from Brooks Medicine Hat, thank you so much for that. I'd like to point out Champion Pet Foods, great homegrown success story, started up in Barrhead, up in the MLA, your constituency? Well, it is now. So the MLA from Barrhead, Westlock Country up there, in 1977, this little company starts up. Now it's an international conglomerate. They have one down that's in Kentucky. That takes care of all the U.S. market, and it's called Dogstar. The one up here they just set up in the MLA from Drayton Valley, Devon. I'm going to annex that portion because he has that side of the industrial park. He's got Amazon and he's got Champion. I think I'm going to do a little land play there, take that back to God's country. Well, they supply the rest of the market. And you know the thing they're stuck on, Mr. Speaker? They can't get enough sheep, they can't get enough chickens, they can't get enough ducks. So here's an opportunity for us to grow and actually do that. Part of the equation, and the member from Lethbridge was going to be talking about water. In our Economic Corridors Task Force, we're talking about utilizing those assets. So if I'm taking along these corridors and moving processed water from pulp and paper, we can move it to the south and water those crops.
To interrupt and hear all this time, I thought that I was the one who got to choose who speak, but clearly it's pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, which provides up to 5 minutes for the sponsor of the motion other than government motions to close debate. I would invite the honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat to close.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I've been very grateful to hear all of the conversation around this motion. I know that farmers and ranchers in Brooks Medicine Hat and around the province are thankful that this entire House is so on side with providing them support and wishing them well. I wanted to just reflect on some of the comments made by the member from Edmonton Manning. I think she made a lot of really, really good points. Unfortunately, I only had 10 minutes to talk, so I didn't really get to everything I wanted to say, but I really do appreciate her elaborating on the fact that, agriculture is one of our best sources of diversification for our province. We went through so much in the past 2 years, and it's just so great for us to be able to support this industry that quite literally gives us the food that we eat. So I also wanted to shout out a couple of two really amazing organizations in Brooks Medicine Hat, namely the Canadian Food Grains Bank and the Prairie Gleaners Society. Both of these organizations are run by volunteers, and just when you thought the ag industry couldn't do more for us, these groups work with producers to set aside crop, to set aside vegetables. So greenhouse producers work with them, the beef industry works with them, crop farmers work with them. It doesn't matter who, they all work with the Canadian Food Grains Bank and Prairie Gleaners to be able to provide food for those in our world who may not have food to eat. So I would be remiss if I closed today without mentioning them. But we have farmers and ranchers all over this province who deserve our support and recognition every day of the year, not just today, not just in this motion, but I know that on behalf of the constituents of Brooks Medicine Hat who call the agriculture industry their own and call the agriculture industry home, I want to just thank every single member of this House, and I would hope that everyone would support me in voting for our motion 522 today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the member for Brooks Medicine Hat has moved government motion other than government motion 522. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The government whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Assembly be adjourned until 7:30 p.m. this evening.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the government whip for adjournment till this evening at 7:30 p.m., all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 7:30 p.m.